The Commerce Casino and Hotel. Experience the thrill of the world's largest poker room, Macau-style Baccarat, and Cow Blackjack, all right here in the heart of Los Angeles. At The Commerce, you can count on more action and more tables than anywhere else in L.A. Not to mention, our players won over $20 million last year alone. So come play your game, find your local getaway, and most importantly, win big at The Commerce. More money, more tables, more action. That's why you choose The Commerce Casino and Hotel.
That's why I choose The Commerce Hotel and Casino. We are at Bally Live Poker. This is live at The Commerce. I'm D22 Sosa and Wayne Chiang. And we have six-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner and elite run it once coach, Brian Hastings.
What's up, everyone? Good to be here, live at The Commerce.
Two more stacks of purple.
And we have a Battler's table in which we're going to talk about the series later. I've even talked about one of Brian Hastings' friends and partners, Lucky Chewy, about it and sent him a bunch of links that we're going to compile with High Roll Poker for the stats and kind of see what's up. This is Daniel. He's husband of Yen, so he's the lucky dog that, you know, was able to riz up Yen. Father of four, CrossFit, snowboarding. Anything else? And there's Justin Brown with his UC Santa Barbara shirt. Friends with Peter Cross, who also went there. So we got
Adam Swan, I believe.
Adam Swan, yeah.
Yep, UCSB has a nice poker contingent.
Yeah, Jamie from outside. This is T. He's South Korean up-and-comer. Here to battle.
Nice. I chopped the Commerce tournament a week and a half ago with another South Korean. His name was Sungmin. Don't know if they know each other. And
here's Magoo. He's Mike Liang. He's a tournament crusher for a long time. Also plays online. And just really good guy.
Because of
Taiwanese, married.
Yeah. Yep, he was on last week as well. Yeah, a lot of tournament success this year, as we alluded to. I believe won a tournament in Texas. Won a WSOP bracelet in the 777, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, big year for Mike Magoo.
And that's the thing about these big tournaments. You see them in the news. You don't see how many buy-ins people spend.
Oh, the 777 is definitely a bullets tournament for sure. I believe I played it. I know that same day there was some other similarly sized tournament. Was firing a few bullets amongst them.
I think it means 50 ante. Oh, 50 ante. Oh, okay.
As we know, Poker Media rewards the winners, as Brian Hastings says, 6 World Series of Poker bracelets and 1 ring. But you could have so many second places, fifth places, which makes you incredibly profitable if you consistently get them.
Yeah, I've been pretty lucky. Heads up, though. I've only had 1 second at the WSOP to my friend Nick Schulman, great player.
Nick, yeah,
good luck,
obviously.
Went to a cigar bar with him with Joe Ingram when I was in Vegas.
2
World Series ago.
That sounds like a good time.
Yeah. 6 and 7.
Just like the conversation at that table and all. Yeah, Joe Ingram, another guy I know from back. We lived in Vancouver together for a stretch right after Black Friday.
Start the day.
So Daniel, not playing trickier. Sometimes when somebody limps, I tend to raise in position any 2.
Yeah, or theoretically, like these bottom of range hands get some ISOing. So yeah, Daniel could sometimes raise these absolute bottom of range hands pre-flop. As is, not much to do here. Pre-flop's an either-or decision for Daniel. The rest of the hand kind of plays itself.
Oh, are we allowed to play 7?
So, yeah, this is fun for the start, though. We just got 4-handed, straight-up 25-50 with a 50 big blind ante. Some good players ready to battle.
More players coming.
Respect to them. Yeah, we'll have some more players soon, but I do like the short-handed action.
Absolutely.
Yeah, especially short-handed with the ante. Really juices it.
Brian and I, we see ring situations. We kind of know just about what's going to happen with these players. We're going to get surprised occasionally.
Basically a flush.
But a lot of the fundamental strategy, especially with us being familiar with the players on a, personal and battling level, we kind of know what's going to happen.
Yeah. How much do we know about the history these particular players have playing against each other?
Ooh, I mean, they all know of each other. I think this is the first time they're going to be kind of pitted against one another. Justin Brown, the rookie, he's also rookie-ish too. they've definitely shown high competency, but a lot of it's like, you know how it is. You've battled bigger than me. I was going to say much bigger, but, you know, I battled pretty big too. So as we know, the higher up you go, the competition can get really, really intense.
What is the biggest game you ever played in?
5100 online and live.
Yeah, that's no joke.
Online, or sorry, live, I think like 100, 200. But it's not, it wasn't, neither were frequent, but it's kind of like, actually, online, I played against Daniel Negreanu, 5100.
Was that the reason you sat in the game?
Actually, yeah. Not gonna lie, he was having fun online.
Yeah, he was just, you know, kind of not trying his hardest at the moment,
to say the least. I think he'll admit it too. He was promoting the full contact skin. If you remember the Dream Clown thing on 2+2 on whatever site though, I was on the Hollywood Poker skin. It was all the same site with different skins. So Dream Clown was on there and posed a challenge to Real Kid Poker. This went back and forth on the 2+2 forums, and then they battled.
Didn't you say Dream Clown turned out to be like three different
people,
guys?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just like...
Just picturing this like three-headed monster behind a computer screen. Like a dragon or something.
Pocket nines for Justin.
Goes for the 2.5x, playing professional ranges here. Yeah, T calls on the button with 8-6 of clubs, so we're going to see a flop here. Yeah, previous few hands, just a lot of trash hands being dealt out, bad card distribution. All right, King 3 is... T does have backdoor clubs. Yeah, Justin can either play check or bet here. He goes for third pot, and it's going to be tough to continue against a bet for T, but I think, you know, a bluff raise isn't the craziest thing in the world at some frequency. But yeah, I mean, I think this fold is still the standard, I would say.
If the 3 was like a 7 or a 5.
Yeah, definitely that. Yeah, I was going to say on this board, like, you know, if he has like 5-4 of clubs or even 6-5 of clubs, then yeah, I think then it's more of a thing.
But yeah, Justin and I were joking beforehand that so many poker players come from UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego because of the Indian casinos there. They start us off early because they're 18 and over.
I would have,
Adam OG's coming up.
Is it because the schoolwork isn't that hard too?
Hey, no violence.
Actually, so yeah, I was Dylan Wiseman, who's a friend of mine. I was listening to a podcast he was on. Excuse me. I was listening to a podcast he was on recently, and he talked about his whole like kind of college experience. Actually, when he got to college, he stopped playing poker. He didn't play there. In all seriousness, he like got I believe an engineering degree.
Yeah.
And just like actually didn't play poker while in college, but he did play from the time he was like 13 to 18 before college.
He told me he lived in the same area as Adam Swan, and they played like micro stakes.
Okay,
for fun.
Sure.
Yeah.
But he wasn't like taking it seriously. Whereas like, you know, when he was like 17, he was going to like LA home games and playing for like real money and stuff. So. All right, pretty interesting spot here. So yeah, T opens under the gun / cutoff. Justin defends, and yeah, Justin has a pretty standard check call there with 2 pair. Bad turn for T. I mean, yeah, usually diamonds would be some of the last cards we'd want to 2-barrel here. But on this board, I mean, it is compelling just to bet almost anything here on the turn. I mean, I think we would be overdoing it to just be like, I mean, yeah, we definitely can't like range bet or anything, but certainly some merit for going for some bets with 10 high. River's interesting too. I mean, if Justin checks, T has an interesting decision whether to bluff or not. I mean, would be a really tough call to make for Justin. So yeah, let's see if T goes for the bet check bet here. It's definitely, yeah, 10 high is very low in his range, and Justin can have a lot of just like 3x, small pocket pairs, perhaps some king high. Yeah, I think this is a nice spot to go for this. He goes for 400. I think this bet can still be representing even just like a queen or a jack potentially. Also has some ace-x, he could check back turn. Occasionally a flush as well. Don't think that happens too much in practice, but it can.
Great job, T.
Yeah, T, nice job finding the bet check bet bluff. Do you think that's a line that in general can be under bluffed by many?
Man, this position thing is kind of nice.
Position is good, yeah. It's very valuable. I mean,
That's the grin of I got away with it. Even though it's a small pot, it's like, yeah.
it is one fun thing about these poker streams is, yeah, you get to see the mannerisms of the players in real time as they either have it or don't have it.
But yeah, UC Santa Barbara has like so many people. Running once guy Zach Freeman, I think he's
Yeah.
UC Santa Barbara as well.
On any stream?
No, I'm playing on other streams.
Yeah, this is Daniel's debut. Yen's been trying to push me to get him on. I'm like, oh, when there's space, because you know people have seniority in these streams. And I actually had a hand with Daniel, and T was at the table, and this was at a different casino. I'm gonna tell that story later.
At the WSOP.
Battle of the offsuit connectors here,
Like this.
in the Battle of the Blinds as well.
Was it like, like it wasn't dark.
And
it was
each of
like,
them has
the mood.
a flush draw, but not particularly great hands. Seems like a nice kind of combo for T to stab in position here, but he opts for check this
No
time.
mood setting with this light.
Now Justin picks up a gut shot, and yeah, I think betting as him is pretty nice here. This bet can target some, you know, king high, 10 high, perhaps some ace highs even.
This is the light you feel when a cop pulls you
And
over.
T with a
Drawing really
loose
thin.
call. Perhaps has some ideas besides just trying to realize his equity.
Yeah.
Not that I've ever had
Well,
that happen.
yeah, game of chicken here on the river. If Justin bets, T should win the pot, and if he checks, T will probably bet and win the pot. Justin does bet, so good start for him. Does T ever find a bluff raise here? Seems pretty ambitious, but
He is capable.
like, I guess the question is like, how thin would we raise for value here? Doesn't particularly feel like we have a lot of flushes that get to the river this way. But perhaps if he just has like two pair, like river queens up or something, maybe
I
that
think
can raise.
The time chip is a good indicator.
He's definitely thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the 7 of diamonds is a nice card to have on this board. And yeah, I mean, in theory, he should be checking back some flushes on the flop and getting here like that. Just, again, I think that doesn't happen as much as in practice as it would in theory.
I like his slumping is like kind of reverse tellish. Here we go. We got raisin chips.
Yes, we do.
And that's what the time chip was for, and even the slumping was a nice reverse tell. Good job, T.
Nicely done.
Can't wait to see that one.
You'll want to wait after you see it. There's two grins, a pair of grins. That's not what you want to see.
See it. I'm not gonna lie.
So the funny thing is when you're in low stakes coming up, that grin means you had a nutted hand.
Second.
When you're in the high stakes and you had that grin, you got away with something.
Before my hand is dead and I forget to act.
No, it automatically uses it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, so you
I
can.
mean, I know at lower stakes people just still get so excited when they have like a monster hand.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, you don't have to like pre-fire the time.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
They all know.
Well, now y'all know why I did that.
That's the thing is like we're all working with a very similar knowledge base.
But if you're out of time chips, then
Then it's dead.
Then insta raise.
For Doyle?
No, rest in peace, Doyle.
For Doyle.
Oh, and Magoo
Ooh.
is like, I have Doyle dominated.
Wanted action.
Wanted action.
I
Wanted.
know the flop is coming 10-10-3.
So the hand I had with Daniel was at another casino. We were playing shorthanded. It was small blind versus big blind stuff, which, as Brian Hastings know, back in the day, blind versus blind was really animal. Like the solvers have really, and you know, the more competitive play have calmed down instead of like aggression battles and running people over. So I went kind of old school, you know, raise SB versus BB. Daniel called, and I flopped a pair, bottom pair, pair of threes. And Daniel didn't know who he was dealing with. So he made a play on me, and I just ripped it. And he frustratedly called with a draw. And the pair of threes ended up being good. And then T was like, what the F is going on? And I'm like, street poker, baby. Street online poker. Daniel pairing the ace.
Yeah, three a pot here, just in the pre-flop raiser. Ooh, Justin smashes the turn.
Hammerlock.
I think we probably see a bet here. I mean, doesn't, you know, checking could be an idea sometimes, but. And Daniel has a decision right away. Justin went for half pot on the flop. Yeah, I think we got to see a river with the ace here. Full house for Justin, just in case he was worried about some flush or something. See how much he goes for. Interesting sizing decision here, really, because yeah, I mean his hand's obviously worth everything, but how much does he think Daniel can call with like a hand like ace eight? It seems like most likely what he's trying to get paid off by here. Also, always the dilemma of like, do we want to be balanced with our value in bluffs in terms of sizing, or do we want to size differently when we want to get called versus when we want folds? So let's see. He came for really small, actually. Interesting idea. Goes for 250 into 900. Pretty unconventional bet in position. And Daniel finds a nice fold there against the small size.
Amazing. Yeah, these are all like
snipped
just
it out.
super good players that are going through leveling wars that
Yep.
we all relatively know each other's variables, but this is where execution really matters.
Yeah, that's definitely a kind of spot where I'm curious if they have like playing history together or not. Because yeah, I mean,
I heard them talking before, and they all have played outside like a little
Yeah.
bit, but that's like a full ring setting, and as we know, full ring and four-handed are drastically different.
yeah, I would say the small river sizing by Justin is definitely kind of like a non-standard exploitative play. So yeah, I'm curious if he thought specifically Daniel might like choose to check raise against that size or something of that nature. All right, T raises, Jack 9 off in the cutoff. Magoo, let's see. Yeah, looks like Magoo's going for the 3-bet on the button here. 10-9 of clubs, nice hand for that. And he takes it down, gets the dominating hand to fold. Well done.
Where are these folks at?
Adam, I just saw Adam peek his head in. I turned around.
He saw the lineup, was like, actually, I don't want to play anymore.
We're live at the Commere. Brian Hastings here, along with Wayne Chiang. Got 4-handed game to start, some battling, got some more players on the way.
Probably went to.
And Brian gave a tidbit on social media about bluffing. Do you want to repeat that?
Yes, I did. I just gave a few points on tips for successful bluffing. Yeah, you can find the video on social media, either my channel or I believe the Bally Live Poker channel. But yeah, basically just some quick tips. First was just like make sure that the story you're telling makes sense, that you're credibly representing the hand you want to represent, that your range is you're taking into account your own range. Also that you're taking into account your opponent and how bluffable this opponent is, just how they tend to play, if they just call way too much, or if they are the type of player who's a good target for a bluff.
For you to run into him.
And also your own image.
2 in the morning.
This can sometimes, I think, be underaccounted for. Like even if a bluff is good in every other way, if you just have a loose image, if you've been running over the table, people just might not want to fold to you. So all the important things to keep in mind. Okay, so yeah, here we have a cutoff raise by Daniel with ace-king off. Justin calls on the button with king-9 suited, and good start for Justin with the window card. Pretty bad board for Daniel. Might just be out of here against the bet, but close. See what Justin goes for. Could check sometimes too, but I think he was mostly going to bet this hand. Justin goes for a big bet, and yeah, that's going to do it.
Justin playing 25-cent, 50-cent live with his friends at UC Santa Barbara, and then just slowly moved up. played at Chumath, the Indian casino, as well as, you know, other places closer to Santa Barbara.
Have you ever played at Chumath?
No, I have not. I had too many places around San Diego.
I have not played at any of those yet, actually. But
well, there's no real need to.
yeah, I mean, I live right here and can just come here and play the Commerce.
Yeah.
T3 betting the button. You see quick fold with pocket eights in the small blind, I believe that was from Magoo. Yeah, I mean, in this kind of spot where facing a 3-bet cold, these mid-pocket pairs just aren't going to do great. I think nines is like the first one that like you really want to start considering playing in some capacity, whether cold calling or 4-betting. I tend to be more of a 4-better fold person in these spots, but I think there is some room for disagreement there. But yeah, I mean, I would rather just battle in a spot like that with even just like, you know, a king jack suited or ace jack suited type hand first instead of using, just you want to have the better cards that block good hands and have a little bit more equity when they do have, you know, a decent medium pocket pair, like against a jacks or tens or queens or whatever. T raises, Justin defends, 8-3 suited. Yeah, I mean, in the big blind with the any structure, yeah, any suited hand is very reasonable defend here, especially against the 2.5x sizing.
Yeah, draw. You got the beard going, huh?
T goes for the third pot C bet. Just check calls, pretty standard so far. Pretty tricky. Yeah, I mean, if you're T and you're looking at this board, it feels pretty daunting to try to fire a barrel here. Plus, Justin knows he got away with one on that last hand too. So, okay, Deuce of Spades, very interesting card. Now, I mean, obviously any ace X improves to a straight here. So, like if Justin just has a 10, like you know, a 10, or obviously in this case he has worse even, just a pair of threes.
She does what she can. She plays all the time. So.
T doing the rechecking his cards. Do I have that? Do I have that wheel?
You don't have to like worry about anything.
He does get. He gives it up this time.
Oh no!
I mean, having a big spade can influence things too.
I mean, maybe. I mean, he knows he has an offsuit hand with a red card in it. I mean, I guess I could determine how much you want to bluff with that hand, but I thought it was going to be the precursor to a bluff representing the ace, but not this time.
First card on the flop or something.
Oh, we got another player.
There's 4 seats, right?
Do you know Adam OG?
I do not. Can you fill me in a little bit?
Super old school LA. We re-met each other in you know, over quarantine.
How many seats are open?
He remembered me.
Oh, okay.
More. He's a good friend of Phil Locke.
Left at the dealer.
So yeah,
Club, diamond, hearts.
Just long time. Crusher has done well in tournaments recently as well.
why would it ever be the other way? Why would
Oh,
it be
nice.
low down?
Locally or?
I think he did well in a Florida one, online, bunch of places.
Very nice.
What do you want it to be?
Well, welcome, Adam.
Heart, diamond, club.
He and I used to play the 10-20 no limit here at the Commerce Hotel Casino.
550.
All right, so yeah, much different spot here. Daniel raises button. Now Justin facing just a single raise, 3 bets with eights, and takes it down.
So Adam OG, I don't know if he's remembered my plays back in the day, but there's some old school people like Esco. When I talk to them, I know they know who I am because they literally mention my unorthodox plays back then, and I'm just really surprised that they could even remember. It's like
You do seem like a pretty memorable person to play against, just based on some of the lines I've seen and heard you taking. But
but you see the whole cards. Like these guys don't necessarily see the whole cards. So.
Can I be baby?
True.
Seriously, tell me I want to be no Diddy today.
I should be no Diddy.
Do I have to post or not?
No.
Love the sweatshirt from Adam OG. That's pretty cool.
Because you're like, no daddy, no diddy. Is that what it means?
No, you don't want to know what it means.
Yeah, you don't want to know. Go.
Don't worry, Diddy is not here.
So Esco remembered like one of the lines I would take against the preflop razor is dump check raise river.
Yeah, that's funny. Someone asked me the same question. They're like, "You know what's going on in the news? Have you been watching the news?" I was talking about, and I was like, "You talking about the war?"
Yeah, there's a lot of war going on.
Talking about the
Indeed.
I don't know about the Diddy stuff, though.
Wow, you've been living under a rock.
About the Diddy. The Diddy stuff?
Every time I hear something like that, I'm just like, you know, it just seems like such a gift to just be able to live life in like this peaceful bliss.
Yeah.
Not
What?
Epstein
mean
asked
gooch.
Who's Epstein? Like
human trafficking.
You know,
Jeffrey Epstein?
No, I don't.
You were out of
Did you say he's never heard of Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah.
What?
Do you know who Obama is?
The life of a poker player.
Wow.
It's like a political.
Wait, come on.
People are like discussing.
How can an adult American human have never heard of Jeffrey Epstein? I mean, I guess there's probably millions. There's probably millions of them out there, and I'm just the crazy one. But
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Tough.
This is what we get to hear at the poker table, you know.
yeah, one great thing about playing poker, always some fun conversations going on at the table.
Right. So it's like, you don't know this? No, I don't.
Magoo with the King 8 suited going for a 3-bet from the small blind against button.
Oh, really? I think
Seems like a nice play to mix in at least. Take it down, sir.
I need to talk about this shit. These guys are sick fucking humans. What the fuck is their problem? I posted something on my Instagram today.
Live at the Commerce's chips counts. Big rookies coming in. And big rookies improved so much as a player.
Oh, he's coming in the game?
Yeah. Adam, you nit. No, I'm just kidding. He just got in, so that's why 0 beat. But yeah, I'll ask Adam OG if he even remembers any hands with me. I definitely don't remember. But I'm always alarmed when like people remember me from back in the day because it kind of gives off information of their knowledge base. And I honestly just have the most respect for the OG players that had to figure things out for themselves, you know, rather than, you know, have some training wheels and guidebooks that refer
Back
to.
in my day, people learned the right way.
I don't want to say that. I definitely think, you know, like we talked about, Phil Galfine learning things on his own is very adaptive. So against Vaney Vidi, who potentially, I don't know, is a superior technical skilled player. I don't actually know, but like, you know, Phil Galfine can read human tendencies, which he mentioned that in his YouTube special. And yeah, it's interesting to see the willpower to prevail. Obviously, he had to run good to prevail, but, you know, down $1 million, you know, it takes grit and tenacity to even dig out.
Yeah, no. GG Poker, it's a great game. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, though, in all seriousness. I mean, there's something that, you know, our generation learning that way, like, picked up in terms of, like, skills learning the game that way that, like, people just learning now don't have. That said, it is very tough to just, like, come up from, you know, running up from no roll to, you know, to success in poker these days. So definitely have a lot of respect for those who have managed to do that as well. But yes, there is. Yeah, I do agree though. There is something to just like having both foundations.
Because the thing is, like, when people aren't exposed to it, they get confused. They don't know what to do. You know, you've seen me play stream hands where my opponent's just like had no clue what I was capable of. Which, like, you know, people like you probably wouldn't be surprised, but
Yeah.
because you've seen like, a lot of shenanigans like that. Yeah.
I was thinking about when you were talking about how like blind versus blind was just so crazy back then. I mean, you know, I came up playing on Ultimate Bet where Justin King's and the Kings gets to walk. But yeah, Ultimate Bet where they had the bet pot button. So yeah, it really got off the rails fast. You just pot, repot.
So the story of the 5100 sessions were on my side. It was Hollywood Poker, rest in peace, James Woods, who I know through poker. He was a sponsor for the site. So Daniel Negreanu sat and just like a bunch of the regs, and we play 5, 10, 10, 20, and just like swarmed. and he was having fun.
All right. Graphics said Daniel folded ace queen suited. I don't think that's accurate.
No.
King Jack 4. I was so, oh man. I went back home and watched it and I was like.
So Daniel, was having fun giving action, and then I flop a set on him. He donks, and I raise, and he uses the full time, and then folds. I'm like, are you serious?
First card was.
He's like, I'm not paying off this nit.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for all the messing around he was doing, I'm sure he probably realized like who this was a big shot for and who wasn't. Like,
I know the first card that he dealt got flipped, which means
like who would have been really sad losing 2 buy-ins playing 50-100.
So the first card was a king. So
I enjoyed Daniel's interview on the GTO Lab podcast too.
Okay. I need to check that out.
Yeah, just a lot of discussion about how he ultimately adopted the adopt or die mindset and just adapt or die, excuse me, and just really started learning, like studying with solvers. Just kind of was playing with his opponents and just realizing some of the stuff they were doing that was like really giving him a hard time, and it's like, oh yeah, maybe I need to do this. And yeah, to his credit, he really has like locked in with that stuff a lot more than most pros of his generation.
Too low to the ground.
And had a good amount of success in those high roller tournaments. So
You can raise it.
It didn't work.
Monotone.
Interesting pants up.
Battle of the King X. T is in great shape here.
What that suit cost? Everything.
Magoo is going to need
Cost
a
probably as
9.
much as Justin's stack.
Seriously?
Single raise pot here. Devo's just T raising the 150 and Magoo calling.
800, 700.
The pants cost 800?
Yeah, maybe 500.
Come on. How much
Yeah,
the
Stone Island.
the hoodie? Is that off-white or?
This is a Palms Angel hoodie. Probably cost like 1,000.
It's an expensive hoodie, man. It's made out of cotton, right?
1K hoodies.
Bet and a call on the turn. About a 70% bet or so.
It was $70.
As the other players chat about 1K hoodies in the background.
$70.
That was like it was $8.99.
All right, so Brick River.
No, actually, it's 40. 40
Yeah,
bucks.
T probably feels pretty good about his hand right here.
It's
Seems like a
It's like red.
clear value bet decision. I don't think you would want to check this ever, really.
Looks worse than that.
tennis.
Tennis?
I think we like check to check raise with some really strong hands and then some bluff catchers.
Some bullshit that happened to me.
Announced
So,
750, I
I hurt my knee
believe,
playing basketball like about a year.
Is there anything other than a call in this spot? Or?
MRI.
or 850. Sorry, went full pot. No, I think you just have to call with top pair here.
First two said,
Yeah, I mean check flop and then yeah. Seems like a pretty standard, especially against T, who we obviously know is
and they were
capable,
like, yeah, I'll heal on thong.
as we saw in full display earlier with the 870.
It's like
With you here, I could always ask about,
Like 8 months ago,
stuff
but
that might be off. Like, as we know, you can consider something standard to yourself, and then
ACL.
Yeah,
may not be.
I mean, I will say, like, if that same spot plays out and the small blind is a player who we just think is like under bluffing, then yes, we can consider a river fold. But if it's against someone like T, who I think is just going to have enough bluffs, then yeah, I think our hand is just too strong, and we just unless we get some really sick live tell or something, just got to go for it.
For this bullshit. And now I have to get surgery.
Yeah, that's brutal, man.
And now I gotta wait till like more meetings just to get the surgery.
Folds to Magoo in the small blind. How does he want to proceed with Jack 10 off?
You tore your meniscus?
Torn ACL.
You tore your ACL?
Yeah, I think limp with Jack 10
Surgery for
makes
that.
a lot of sense.
No, but I don't think you missed it.
Yeah, I mean, this
Oh, sorry.
small blind versus big blind with the ante, we want to be pretty limp heavy.
Like a year ago, they said meniscus is torn.
And kind of an interesting flop for these two hands. Both of them have some sort of backdoor straight draws.
And then I did
Yeah, Magoo certainly could stab with this hand.
ACL was torn.
He does, and Daniel quickly makes the call with a slightly better one.
So I just been waiting for no reason, basically. He's
Brick
running
turn.
around, walking around with a torn ACL. He's probably dead.
Does Magoo ever continue here? He does not have a spade, nor does Daniel.
Rondo did. He found that he tore his ACL after a
I
game
think-
or something.
I mean, I think he can stab sometimes, but it does feel pretty tricky when you see the King 8-8 get called.
Or something like that.
I guess the main thing we would be targeting would be ace high. I mean, in this instance, Daniel peeled flop with queen high, but I don't think all of his queen highs are going to peel flop here.
I'm sure he has some injuries, yeah.
Probably, perhaps just the overcard
He was
ones.
like about to play a game or something,
I mean,
or maybe
over
he
to the
even
8.
played a game. And he was like, oh, my knee's kind of sore and got it checked out. It's like, boom, torn ACL up.
And Daniel wins a small pot.
That's
Such a mysterious thing about the knee.
I think both players played pretty reasonably there.
Knees?
So Daniel's wife, Yen, I used to battle
Knees with this kid.
200, 400 limit hold'em with here in the Commers.
Ooh, that's a spicy game.
Literally kept playing for the rest of the.
What is the player pool like in 200, 400 limit hold'em? I mean, I guess this is a few years ago, right?
Yeah. MGM was there. Bicycle kick.
Oh, MGM.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bicycle kick.
I remember him from 2+2. I've never like met him in real life or anything.
Rockets. I mean, you might have been in real life. You just didn't know who it was.
Yeah, that's possible.
Because he's in the mixed game streets too. in Minnesota.
MGM's a wild dude. I played a 500 1K mixed game with him at Aria one time, and he was also playing on his phone, like playing more mixed games. I think he was like two tabling on his phone while also playing this game. He's animal.
For like 2 hours.
Who else was in that pool?
Commere, walked to my seat. Like,
Brian from Hamilton.
Sat down, played for like 2 or 3 hours, got a massage, and then my knee just swelled up. I couldn't even get out of my
Yen,
chair.
Mark Newhouse.
And then I like limped back to my car like this.
Yes.
I quit the game. I was like,
Chris Chiang.
Guys. Fuck you guys. What's wrong with me, dude? What the hell?
Actually, Ali Najad said he was in the mix at some point in those games. But I we must have been in the same pool. I just, there's so many people.
Sure.
Definitely assumed it
I believe that. Yeah, I mean, I know he plays a bunch of mix in Vegas now.
meniscus.
I mean, I don't fucking know.
I guess meniscus swells up too.
Matt Smaz, Xavier.
Oh yeah, I know Matt Smaz a little.
Millions of times in my life.
T raises, so now under the gun is the hijack. Ace 9-0. Justin goes for just call here. I think that's totally reasonable. 10's, I think, mixing in this node.
It comes with the knees, though.
I was like, I
See
didn't
what?
know. I was like, I'm old.
Inspired by my co-commentator Peter Cross last week, I have some GTO wizard up to just look at the sims. So yeah, it has 10's 3-betting this about 3/4 of the time here.
It's like a tear.
Calling a quarter.
It just sucks though when I go see these doctors. Like, it takes like a month just to see them again.
Yeah, upgrade your insurance.
So check flop. Yeah, Justin has to feel pretty good about his hand after that. I mean,
I should.
T can check back occasionally with like an aces or kings, but
Or just go to you can.
yeah, 10's are going to be good quite often here on the turn.
I did, and then they got to give me.
Do need protection certainly,
Yeah,
especially with the spade rolling off.
Yeah, it's
Just keep
taking like a month.
You keep going to
So yeah, Justin went pretty big here, or 2/3 ish.
Best place for you to go to.
I already
T
have a best
peeling
one,
with
but then I got
the bad spade. Ooh, T gets there.
Taking that long.
Makes a
Not so
flush
bad
with the
anymore.
9.
They get my MRIs done right.
Yeah, it seems like just a clear check for Justin here, I
I
think.
paid to get an MRI done, and I gave it to him. I gave him the disc.
Yeah.
I was like, here. So like my.
And does T want to value bet with the 9 of spades?
Another
I think probably it seems a little thin to me, honestly. But
next day.
I mean, again, he does have an image that he could consider it with.
No, I mean shit.
It's just a little bit tricky to find out what he would be bluffing with here.
Later. And
I guess he could peel the turn with just like an ace king or ace queen, no spade, perhaps, or even like an ace 8 of hearts or something like that.
Yeah,
Ace 5.
Like the tech can
It's not
tell
good
you.
to have poor people's insurance.
So yeah, he goes for thin value here, and
Better than no
I
insurance.
mean, yeah, against
It doesn't hurt.
good bet against this exact hand. I mean, Justin certainly
I try to run it, it feels weird.
is not going to snap fold this.
So maybe it's just because like my muscles aren't used to it. I don't know, man. It's weird.
He does make the laydown though.
Incline yesterday on the treadmill for like an hour. It doesn't hurt.
Right.
But you can't go down.
Like you can go like straight.
You can go
Yeah.
up. No, you can go up. You can't go down. Down.
But you can't like cut and like.
Oh no, no cuts. no little crossovers. None of that.
I was actually looking at positions wrong before the hand. Yeah, 10's only 3-betting about 40% of the time actually against hijack.
Play defense.
Yeah.
How do you slide?
Thank God Diddy ain't after me. I don't gotta run.
Damn.
Because I'd be fucked. Pause.
Gonna put you on all threes.
Jeez.
Hey, Justin liked that one.
That was fuck.
What?
If you're looking for chatter about Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein, come to the right place.
I didn't get that one. That one went over.
Because normally you'd be on your hands on both your knees, but since one of your knees is
Oh, I thought you said threes.
Yeah, instead of all
because you're
fours.
normally on
Oh,
fours.
you don't have a limb, man.
But you don't have a knee, so
Hey man, how about you deal a fair game? Not dealing me deuce 3 off every fucking.
Adam OG not happy with what the cards the dealer is giving him so far.
Crazy.
That's 150.
The diddler.
4 calls. 6 and 7.
Maybe if I just played a deuce 3, you might not notice it.
No deuces or threes.
So single raise pot here. 2 players flop top pair. look, Adam OG just complains to the dealer about bad cards and immediately gets the great spot right away.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's how poker works.
Yeah, check, totally reasonable. Queen Jack, kind of a nice combo to mix some checks with. It's our worst Jack that has an overcard kicker. So yeah, we tend to actually, you know, if the hands were reversed, I think Jack 9 would want to bet more often on the button than, or cutoff rather, than Queen Jack.
You have to.
Queen Jack needs less protection. And yeah, the queen kicker is going to play. River seems like a spot where one bet is going to go in somehow.
Can I order food with you? Can I get a black bean sea bass and a ginger ale?
And Daniel's going to make the bet. Goes for about 2/3 pot. And yeah, Adam, pretty quick call. Standard.
Notched.
So Adam takes down a pot. Yeah, again, pretty reasonably played hand by both.
Adam was telling me about like online win rates around the 25-50 range, and how bad
I thought I had trips.
being under the gun is in a 6 max game.
It would have been way easier if I had trips.
So much that, you know, people potentially even
kind of cool stuff
won't sit, as it might be minus EV in a, you know, certain tough fields.
You got to do some.
I mean, it shouldn't ever be minus EV since you can just fold and lose 0.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
I mean, like in theory, like it obviously has to be profitable to be dealt in that position. Like, yeah, whether people
Fair
are
enough,
making
yeah.
mistakes that are costing them to not do that, sure. But you know, you could obviously just fold 100% and break even. So
Right.
if you just only play aces and kings, I guess.
Damn it,
fold the rest of them.
I should have been a smartass and said that to Adam. But he
Yeah.
did say that some people were, you know, were losing in other gun
I
spots.
mean, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that some humans are finding a way to lose. Yeah, and also sample size matters too. I mean, certainly we could probably cherry pick samples of all of ours where we're losing
Right.
in a given position for a period. All right, so nobody hits the flop. Couple backdoor club draws here. Does Justin want to stab here? Seems like a pretty nice combo to stab, actually. It's got the 8th interacting with the board a little bit.
150.
And I think this will do it. Yes.
Brian Hastings, again, showing me how thorough his analysis is by just like, I'm like, oh, yeah. He's like, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a lot, like, it's just, you know, if you've studied game theory in ounce or even know, you know, I mean, yeah, it's just the dominated, you can fold every hand and break even, so, like, there's no way it's, like, theoretically going to be losing.
Yeah, just play ace, kings, queens, and ace, king, and you're fine.
Yeah, just open shove when you get, like, queens
top
plus.
of range, yeah.
Heads up.
Ooh, okay. Limp pot, the 2 blinds. Adam with a very deceptive aces up. Not that there's anything unusual about his check back, just not going to, you know, his range is very wide and he's not going to have aces up very often considering he can't have ace king.
Yeah.
So this is pretty much the top of his range, I guess pocket 4s, but.
4 raises to 175.
And yeah, in Daniel's shoes, yeah, not a spot you're really expecting to get raised very often, but certainly a very clear call against the raise.
Good check.
So check, yeah. Adam would certainly expect to keep betting here. Sizing is interesting. You know, we're not like the value we're representing is pretty thin, or like, I mean, narrow. Like, I don't think we're just raising with like ace 3 on the flop and barreling here. So, I mean, yeah, he goes for an overbet, and I like this. It's a nice play. Yeah, I was just thinking that because I think his value range is pretty narrow and strong. So we just want to polarize a lot here between these strong value hands, and bluffs are mostly going to be draws of some sort. That could include just like a gutter, like, you know, if we have 5 deuce or 3 deuce or anything hand like that, that can be just going for it like this. 5-3 makes a double gutter, some club draws. So yeah, I think we want to take some of those hands and then just like the few really strong value combos we have, pretty much just 2 pair plus on the flop, and just go for some big bets. Daniel makes the call, which, yeah, I mean, seems totally standard here, I would say. And River's a chop. So yeah, nice escape for Daniel there.
And those are the facial expressions of veterans. Adam's like, of course, but it keeps it in. And, you know, he didn't lose the hand.
Yeah, right. Certainly were worse rivers out there. Even the king there is a sneaky loss for Adam, as it would it would counterfeit him, but also give Daniel the 8 kicker playing. At least this card was a chop card. Just gonna look up that BBB spot quickly. I looked at the tens. So on 7-6-6 4 jack when the 4 flush completed. Yeah, pocket tens theoretically is mixing against the river bet. I did have to adjust the turn size down a little bit to account for what tens is doing. And yeah, ace nine with the 9 of spades is actually not betting. It's checking behind on the river in theory. The 10 of spades is starting to make some bets though for the sizing, the half pot sizing. So. Close to the edge. And then tens, yeah, pocket tens with no spade mixing against the bet there. So another limped BVB pot. Adam, again, just kind of a nice hand to stab with. Some interaction to the middle of the board, some good turn cards. The turn's the best hand here. It's not the cleanest turn card for his hand, but does make the best hand. Actually in very good shape against Justin's jack six.
I feel like these spots have changed over the years, if not decades. Where back in the day, I would, you know, assuredly fire a bet on the turn with a 7. Now I kind of agree with the check.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can sometimes small bet on the turn as well, just like go for like block sizing. But I think both plays are fine. I think it's probably going to be mixing kind of evenly with those.
4 bet 75.
Yeah, now he goes for a very small bet on the river. And yeah, seems pretty standard there.
75.
So yeah, just looking at the ace-4 versus ace-8 on ace-king 4, we play very few raises on this flop. Even ace-4 is only raising a little bit. Pocket 4s is like our main value raise hand, a little bit of ace-jack even. Then just a bunch of like the gut shots with like 1 club. Like 3 deuce, 5 deuce, 5-3.
8 folds, 2 folds.
And then I'm pretty sure we're going to see the polar sizing on the turn, but let's see. So Adam with ace-10 of clubs in this hand seems like a winner.
To be ass or something? Just getting this.
Dude, I just got fucked for like 5K.
So much like undefendable horseshit in the big one.
Oh,
Yeah, so
I thought you were saying like.
as Adam with the ace-4.
No.
I was like, I just got fucked for
It's like we're getting so many.
I should supposed to double that.
We're getting so many like pre-flop walks and like folds.
Oh, there's the complaining.
Well, you know the deck's not rigged, so that's good news.
Not sure who it is.
It's one good thing about playing at the Commerce is fair decks, fair play.
2 bets 150.
Not juicing it for the action.
Very strict compliance.
Okay, sorry, real quick tangent back to the ace-4. So yeah, on the turn, we're either playing full pot or B150, which is what Adam played in game. Yeah, if we do raise flop with ace-4, we're just going for that completely. Again, ace-4, pocket 4 is a little bit of king-4 for value, and then some like 4x flush draws and some wheel cut shots for bluffs. So yeah, well done, Adam. Seems like you found the right line. Bad, unlucky river. All right, three-way flop here. Not great for anyone. Justin has a candidate, Daniel bets with the king-queen. Nice bet. Yeah, I think with the queen of clubs, we get to do some of this. And Justin just folds with 4s on the button. I think that's definitely a hand that could decide to continue either as a call or raise sometimes. Just got the little 2-wheel card interaction and a club, but goes for the fold this time.
Gotta make sure you're 21, you know?
We're here at Bally Live Poker. Brian Hastings along with Wayne Chiang.
Only one that got us right.
Thank you so much.
And yeah, shorthanded battler game.
I think Diddy wanted it.
Make sure it's not
Some interesting spots so far. Some chatter about catching people up on who Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein are.
JB, your initials?
Yeah.
JB.
Some really sick
It makes
hoodies.
sense that the Diddy of Commerce wanted your eyes.
City of Commerce.
Is this the mandatory hoodie game?
Diddy and Billy
Well,
might be one.
I think Justin didn't have his hoodie on at the beginning, and now he does.
Yeah.
So, oh wait, Daniel's not wearing a hoodie, so he's the outsider.
sore thumb.
That includes people that actually
He will not
play here
conform.
every day. Yeah.
So Daniel defends here,
They're employees.
and really good flop for him.
Would you consider people
10
that
puts
play
him way ahead.
every day?
Jack turn card would be really bad for T. Yeah, Daniel can play this as either a call or raise. I like the raise. He has more 4x, so that's going to slow T down. Like he's not really going to get 3-bet here. Almost
Not you.
against some players, like actually never. Theoretically, probably like a very small percentage. I mean, T is the button, so it's not like he can't have a 4, but Daniel still has a greater proportion of 4s. So, yeah, just a flop that the big blind gets to be pretty aggressive on.
You a capper for real.
I never wear shorts.
Where's your hat at?
I never.
So, yeah, now on the turn, pretty interesting. Yeah, these spots can be tricky to play, though. Yeah, when you take the check raise and the flop, totally a good play, but it's important to kind of know how to play the rest of the hand. I think, as Daniel here with this hand class, we mostly just want to be checking the turn
Mike?
and controlling the pot. I think a small bet is totally reasonable as well.
I mean, have you?
I have, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, he goes for like a 40% bet. I think that's reasonable as well. I definitely don't think we want to just be like bombing it here and betting like close to pot or anything.
It's not bright right now?
In here, it's not that bright. I think it's just fine.
Seems like another good one to look up here.
Good.
So T does make the call here with just kind of ace-jack high, no draw.
Because it's like not that bright on the outside.
So Daniel retains the best hand, pretty clean river card. Yeah, now he just goes for check. I think that's good. Probably a little too greedy to try to get another street of value, even a small bet. And does T just want to show down, or does he want to try to bluff this hand? Yeah, he's just going to show down.
What'd you say? Jack.
Cool.
Yeah,
So
I
you said Jack high.
think pretty well navigated by Daniel there. Yeah, T definitely a thin turn call. It was only a B40.
When they come, I'll
Certainly
go
some
back there.
draws that arrived on the turn that Daniel could conceivably have.
Only try.
Fold, 7 fold. 8 raises to 125. 2 fold.
Magoo raising it up on the button, 10-6 suited. And Adam probably going to defend, I would imagine, with 8-6. He's contemplating. He's in.
4 calls. Heads
I
up.
thought I was muted when I cleared my throat.
And Adam flops the best hand here. Magoo has some backdoor stuff going on. He's got the 6 of hearts and another heart. So some turn cards that are barrelable. And that is definitely one of them. The Ace of Hearts, which, Magoo definitely with more Ace X as the preflop raiser here. And also turns the flush draw. As far as sizing, I mean, a double flush draw board could go huge if you want. I think, anything like 150% pot it would be reasonable, or something more in like the
8 bets 9.
75 to 100. Yeah, he does go for B150. I think this is good. Yeah, I mean, the ace-king board is just it's very tough to proceed as Adam here. I mean, he's going to be out with his hand, but I'm just saying, even if he has say if he has just a king here, he's in a really bad spot and probably is going to often fold right away as well. So nicely done, Magoo. Yeah, so on the 10-4-4, yeah, Jack 10 is doing a little bit of check raising on the flop, not too much. Check raise again a little bit more with like the 10-9, 10-8 that needs more protection.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
same game tomorrow. Maybe we should just.
I mean, I'll just play straight through.
Ace Jack is pure continue against the check raise. And then, see, on the 9 of spades.
But I also big 7.
Yeah, I mean, we're mostly checking with these like 10x hands that we get to the turn with like this. Just a very small amount of betting, and for a smaller size. Yeah, it's playing more of a polar turn strategy and just starting to really go over bet with our 4x and some bluffs. So, but yeah, I mean, again, the 10x's are doing a little bit of block sizing, so I think reasonable line by Daniel on that one. Okay, BVB again. Adam, Queen 8 against Justin's Jack Deuce in the big blind. Again, Jack Deuce, the kind of hand that can sometimes raise against the limp. Both flop a pair. Adam with top pair. That's bet call. Brick turn. Of course, in these BVB confrontations, any card could be a sneaky 2-pair card, as all the combos are in there. So Adam, I think, mostly is going to want to bet here, but mixing some checks is cool sometimes.
10 seconds. That's 325.
Those are a big bet. Overbets the turn. I mean, I get it. It's definitely a dynamic board. Flush draw present, a lot of straight draws. Does make sense. And yeah, I mean, while our hand is just like, queens with an 8 kicker. Yeah, given how wide the ranges are, it is pretty high in range and makes sense to be able to go pretty big. Interesting river card. So Adam makes queens up, but it is the 8 of hearts that completes quite a few draws. Yeah, definitely interesting to determine how to proceed here. I think small bet feels intuitively pretty good. Anything really between like 10% and 30%. He's going for more than that. Seems a little greedy to me.
725.
Hey man, there's Adam OG.
I mean,
greedy is
perhaps some bias to me just seeing Justin's actual hand, which I just think is pretty clearly going to fold to it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We definitely run the risk of running into the draws, and once we size this large, it's the amount of hands that are going to call with worse shrinks some.
Call. 6 calls.
He does get paid off, so Adam OG knows his man.
Greedy is the Adam OG standard. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is my first exposure to Adam OG, so.
He's a legend.
About getting no cards on stream, and then I get 2 pair every hand.
He's got the look of a legend.
Once again, I approved on the river. Are you calling all in on a brick?
I didn't even call him the turn, but I was just like, oh, he's calling the clock. Fucking make a decision, I don't like on how they.
Yeah, the chip counts. We have a Badlers game in which I'm going to be in contact with one of Brian Hastings' buddies. And, Chewy and I are friends who just don't know each other super well. We were on a call like a year ago, and we're discussing on, how to grow the game. So we're going to add this one to the Badlers compilation.
So this is going to be on the Octopi site?
We're going to figure it out, but there's like 40-ish streams that have been like kind of Badlers, and I just, discussed with Chewy about compiling his stats, and obviously 40 streams is a very small sample size. Even 10 years of this stuff is going to be a small sample size. But
yeah.
It's about starting somewhere,
Yeah, right. It's better than nothing. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting because like each player's game is evolving so much over the course of time to get like a reasonable sample, but still cool to just have some sort of data to play with. Absolutely.
Yeah, and people know online you get like literally millions of hands. After the 2 decades, there could be like tens or 20 millions of hands, even if you've been playing hard this whole time. Mm-hmm. So we have a good semblance of a smaller sample size. Shout out to GG Poker, sponsor.
What's up, GG Poker? Thank you for sponsoring our show.
Speaking of which, GG Poker and the World Series of Poker are going to have the Bahamas, the biggest guarantee. I think it's 25 million. this
I
December?
think 50.
Oh, 50?
I believe, yeah.
My bad.
Yeah,
50 mil.
I know they started running online satellites or online day ones to that recently.
Is that the price per button?
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. Yes, I believe it's pretty sure it is 25K buy-in, 50 million guarantee.
To beat a button every hand?
So a 2,000 player 25K. That is very ambitious.
125
But
every 30.
if there's anyone who can pull it off, it is GG Poker in the World Series.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, even just like the non-guarantee 25Ks at WSOP, we're getting like 300-400 people this year. It's no joke. See if Magoo goes for 3-bet, indeed. I like this. I think King Queen suited is just a good enough hand that we just want to do this. And, you know, if we get 4-bet not all in, we just call and try to hit up something. In this case, he just takes it down. Yeah, Magoo, Mike Liang. Again, very successful tournament year, and I mean, not just this year, but like particularly this year, though. It's not like he came out of nowhere. But yeah, very strong player, fun to watch.
Yeah, that was the thing after Black Friday at Commerce. Like, you know, just by the mannerisms and lines people took, you knew who had an online background.
Raised to 125.
Also, they had bricks of cash and a lot of pink chips.
8423.
There's people who are lucky enough to get their payouts in timely fashion from the sites.
Right. I was aggressive cashing out, so I didn't get shorted very much.
Yeah, I was pretty aggressive cashing out too.
You guys saw what the title said?
What is
For
it?
today's stream? Who is the king of LA? You guys not see that? That's the title of our stream.
Only 5 candidates.
Hey,
Well, anybody else, if you want to play on today's stream to try to be the king of LA, there are seats open.
I'll take it.
I want to be the prince.
As long as I'm in the royal family.
Oh no, Adam.
Tight fold.
Oh no.
Very tight.
I had a pretty one.
Zoink.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I like that type of player like T, where like you get dealt 10-9 suited and raise and take it, and you're upset that you didn't get to see a flop.
Respect.
Love to see that in a poker player always.
I mean, you know, T and Justin are the youngest of the group, so they're gonna have the
So you only
young man coming for a quickie emotion.
you never go play over there anymore.
Thank you.
Not really.
All right, T with another somewhat pretty hand, maybe arguably not as pretty as the 10-9 of hearts, but
100 there.
2 sevens, 2 black sevens. Magoo seems like a 3-bet, I would think. Yeah, he bumps it up to 425.
Fine, but it's all over now.
Back on T. Seems like both of their hands are pretty live from what was folded.
Thank
So there's a
you.
lot of stuff I like.
Yeah, I think T most commonly is just going to proceed by calling here.
You're not lying, right? No, I'm joking.
Heard some bad things about online lately.
Yeah, any more, any less.
Buddy of mine
Lately.
used to be angry, online, and he-
Online's been plagued with stuff for a very long time.
This is an interesting flop for these two hands in this spot. Yeah, T with, you know, a pocket pair that only has one overcard, has the best hand a reasonable amount of the time, but also just very vulnerable.
Basically saying,
Going to be a tricky spot on most runouts. And Magoo flops a wheel draw and a backdoor flush draw.
and it's getting more advanced or whatever.
Yeah, there's some sick shit going on. I heard, but I stopped playing it.
And yeah, stop playing with the bots online. Come to the Commerce. Got some great games here.
Yeah.
Play with real humans.
So like, my friend had was playing a lot.
I've actually been doing this more myself recently after. I mean, I don't know how much of it was bots, but they're certainly out there.
Sure.
He would open button.
Yeah, Magoo, I think pretty natural 2-barrel here, even though the suit was not the card he was looking for on the turn. But yeah, it just seems like a combo that really wants to bet. Just target hands exactly like T's.
2 bots that are cards. The bots are
Even, you know,
3 bots at a table. and
T can have something like Ace-Jack of Hearts too that we just get to fold really cleanly on the turn.
In this scenario,
And
like,
yeah,
big
tough
blind should
tough
be,
spot
like 3-bet.
arriving here.
Should be
Looks like he goes for like a B60 or so.
VP a shit ton, and 3-betting like at least 18 to 20%, right?
Yeah.
Something like hot.
And yeah,
really hot.
nicely done by Magoo. Takes it down.
So
I think that's a
he
nice
realized
aggressive line. The power power of aggression right there. I mean, I think there are a lot of players out there who would not necessarily be taking that line. Yeah, I think it's noteworthy to just see stuff like this. I mean, this is definitely a good solid line by Magoo, but yeah, again, just I think there are certainly many poker players out there, and I'm sure some watching the stream who may not be, just looking down at ace-5 suited and being like, yeah, I'm gonna 3-bet barrel in this spot.
Apparently, like some kid figured out how to beat him, was demolishing the bots, and then they kicked him off. That's what Berkey posted on the podcast. Like the kid went on. It was like, yeah, he like won like 100K.
I'm just curious if either Diddy or Jeffrey Epstein has ever had a bot on any of the online sites.
Maybe.
Ignition kicked them off.
Didn't give him a reason. I think they gave him his money. So it's like, you guys know if that kid got his money on Ignition?
I mean, some rappers and ballers definitely play online poker.
Yeah, aren't you
At least
back from Ignition?
show that in the music videos.
Did you get your money?
No, hell no.
What did you do to get?
Yeah, I mean, Neymar, pretty big time, prominent poker player.
I've been from abroad.
I know one I've played with this year and got like really good dude is Calais Campbell,
from
football player, plays currently for the Dolphins, but he's been in the NFL for like 15 years or so.
You're not supposed to like play from New York.
Really nice guy.
I logged in and played from New York.
Pretty good player too.
And I didn't even know that was a rule. And then I saw it like when I tried to log in, and then I contacted support, and I like even told them like, yeah, I'm in New York. I didn't know.
Right, T with 9s here in the small blind facing a hijack raise. He chooses to just play it as a call. Yeah, it seems like either way is fine spot.
Just don't do it again. But they didn't like. I had money in my account, 20K. They didn't touch it.
They wouldn't tell me. But that's
So
like the
heads
only
up.
thing I can think of. It's not
Battle
like
of the pocket pairs.
won money or anything. I lost. Like it's not like they can't accuse me of cheating because like I lost money on the site.
And not a particularly great flop for either.
Go ahead.
It wasn't that much.
Still
It's like,
think T would definitely continue against a continuation bet here, though.
2-bets, 125.
or that's how much I had in my.
Seems like a
account,
pretty
but
standard
again,
check call.
Like, I'd lost. So.
7 cards.
They banned me like 12 years ago. They told me it's because my
Queen of
last
clubs
name.
really not a good card for either
I
hand.
was like, what do you mean my last name?
What do you mean? Yeah.
And they said
I think
that
if Daniel had
people with the same
the
last
4 of
name
clubs,
as
I think
me
this would be a pretty good
have
candidate
done,
to
like, what's
fire some
chargeback.
2 barrels, but yeah, without the clubs, pretty tricky. Could be another spot here where we see if Daniel wants to go for bet check bet.
Yeah, like there's if you Google
Yeah, I mean, if T checks the river here, we can't really like our chances to win at showdown.
They're like, same last name.
And yep, he comes right out there. Pretty big bet too.
Idiot.
Yep.
Like, what the hell?
About close to full pot.
And they took like 30K.
Wow.
And not a fun spot as T. Yeah, I mean, after check turn, I mean, I'd be thinking about like, yeah, what combos do we think Daniel's like checking back the turn and then potting the river with here?
But then I like try to make an account.
But yeah, it's a very very hard hand to find the call with here, I would say.
They like accepted me. Weird.
Adding time.
Yeah, I said earlier, bet check bet is a line that can be underbluffed by many. Yeah, I mean, clearly the players in this game are not those players. They're finding it. They are battling to be the king of LA, so got to bring every line.
That's right.
I mean, it's definitely one thing that separates great players is just fighting for every pot like this. I mean, that doesn't mean always bluffing, but like he shoved. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
As very hardcore play there by T. But yeah, I mean, if he thinks Daniel is capped and just never has a flush, even though and the 9s do block Jack 9, so there's, straight blocking does matter there some.
Nobody likes that. Min raise.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an exploitative play with his holding, but I think it's pretty cool with the right assumptions.
Today, I think T's been the king of LA so far.
Yes, gotta get the crown ready.
Yeah, Adam OG's done so well. But,
do we have a crown that we can give to the winner?
Not yet. I mean, the icon for the Commerce is the crown, so.
I'm gonna request no warnings in every tournament I play through now.
Seed 8 raises to 175.
Thank you, Daniel. You don't lie to me.
Seed 2 cards, 175.
GG Poker, it's a great team. Great game. Excuse me.
How'd you guys lock me out, by the way?
Probably a great team, too.
You walked out?
Absolutely, I know a lot of those guys there. Shout out to
Elkie
Elkie, especially, former StarCraft celebrity.
People, and then I
Always, once a StarCraft celebrity, always a StarCraft celebrity. So.
And then when
I just love how, you know, Elkie's face is still all over the GG client, like with all the emojis or whatever.
So sick. So sick.
Yeah, you watch the GG final table streams and you see everybody Elkieing each other in the chat as they're playing for like hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's great.
It's all right. Push the lock button. We're having a nice, peaceful four-handed game. No one was flopping the nuts left and right, and now...
What nuts? He's talking.
Ace-4 off. Too bad.
I got fucked that hand. Like, extremely... I got extremely screwed over.
Damn.
You had a dominating ace, and you just...
I know, but there was like $50, and then there was like 3,000 in the middle.
Wouldn't be a poker table without complaining.
Yeah, 1,800. No, 2,000. 2,000.
Okay.
It was 500.
T with it all Jack 10
The
suited.
river was gonna be on a fucking... I guess there's some rivers.
You think Dan can't find good fold, discipline laydown?
I mean, it depends on the river.
On it.
It really depends
Better
on
than
the
an
river.
8.
What if the river's an ace? What the fuck is he gonna do? Fold?
Maybe.
C4 tops.
What if the river's an 8?
If it's an 8, then you're really fucked.
Fucking, I'm loving life.
C4 stacks. C7 stacks. C4 checks.
So you can't lose the hand. It's a matter of how much you can get and if you can get anything, considering Adamuji only has ace high on a 4-liner.
C4 checks.
My favorite position. Everyone, please do me a favor. Let me make some money here. Just fold. Let it fold to me. Let me get some money here. Thank you, my guy. Come on, Mike. Fuck. You fucking up my paper, Mike. I
C2 close. C4
would have won so much money with this hand. Would have folded to me. Oh my God, yeah, I would have limped in. I would have forced him to play.
Get paid.
He always makes 2 pair though.
Yeah, well, it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
I had Jack deuce of clubs. Might have made a flush.
3 pair.
Might have made trips. You know how many
Deuces
deuces?
out your gills. You should really bet Mike.
Jack deuce of clubs. Yeah, I should.
Yeah, please do.
Locking it up already, I see.
Locking it up. Always locking it up, don't you know? Certified lockup.
Stacks on lockdown.
C2 raises to 150. C4 close. C6 close.
Daniel with kings.
Heads up.
Top stat for Daniel, and T has a piece, so if Daniel does choose to bet the flop, he would get called. Chooses to check back, which is totally a viable option as well. I mean, nice to balance some of that with our checkbacks with the queens through 9s type stuff and other things.
Bigger
Ace
bet
highs.
here.
That's 200.
Yeah, I think on the turn, yeah, he goes for half pot. Seems reasonable for the spot. But unfortunately now, yeah, really bad turn card for T's 6-4 diamonds. So in this instance, Daniel would have made more by betting the flop, but totally, good play to mix in.
So on Twitter, Nico asked Brian Hastings if you could go back in time, which poker/life punt would you undo? Asking for advice for the younger generation. Thanks.
Good question. I mean, I think the first thing I think of is just like after having like big scores and upswings and stuff, just when I got approached by people for like various, investing in this or that, and or just even like riding my own confidence highs, just like, kind of like the winner's tilt type thing, and just playing in some games that weren't, in hindsight, the most responsible decisions. To, obviously, at the time, just seemed like, the games would just kind of be there forever to just, be able to grind it back or whatever if I lost, taking a shot at some big game, or like when I first started playing mixed, I was playing like, these big Bobby's Room games that in hindsight I don't think I was a favorite in. So yeah, that kind of stuff. I think just like better game selection, just I think probably also just more consistently just talking to people in poker and just having more of a feel for what the current moment was like, and even just as a way to like just check my own thoughts, because I think sometimes I did that, and at other times I was more just kind of in my own head and doing my own thing. And I think it's good to just maintain a strong network to bounce ideas off of, talk strategy, talk life as a poker player, all that good stuff.
Yep.
It's all Rex, but still.
Agree with all. That mixed game stint, I did that here at Commerce. Definitely underrolled over my head.
We're all gonna play together?
Come on, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, I think by the point I was playing the Bobby's Room stuff, I was doing pretty well at like some pretty decently big mixed games online, but
Take a smoke break?
even still, just, I don't know. I think I felt too overconfident. It's just too big stakes, any lineup, that kind of stuff.
Adam OG talking about Diddy
He
parties.
just got married. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
With Diddy?
He's been hanging out. He plays all the time.
Yeah, he's chilling. He ain't got no kids yet.
C4 raised to 125. C6
Just looking back quickly at the King 8-6. So I ran it for cutoff big blind. I don't actually remember what position the open was from. But yeah, it does have us actually just betting kings almost always here. Still are checking back range almost half the time. A lot of checkbacks with the queens through nines, as I alluded to, as well as some like ace queen through ace nine check back a lot as well. Pocket aces check back a little bit more, actually, especially with no club. So yeah, I mean, we do ace king actually checks back like a surprising amount, I would say. So yeah, we are getting some strong checks in there to mix those like queens through nines checks to balance that with strong hands. But top set actually mostly just wanting to go for it here.
to 1300.
But I do think in general that's like a lot of players just don't find the strong checks enough, and then it's just they're just too unbalanced weak when they check back in a flop like that. So I do think it's nice in general to have some strong hands there.
And that's definitely an exploit, like, strong player versus strong player online is when, checkbacks really throw people off, because it's about what your opponent thinks of your knowledge base and checkback range.
Right, there is a leveling game inside that, because I mean, if it's two good players, they might both know that they should check back strong hands some, but they might, it's guessing if the other player is on that same level, or if they're, playing a different strategy, if they don't know, if they just know but aren't doing it, like, yeah.
A lot of levels.
Yep.
People have definitely gotten me on global poker with the leveling mores. It's also impossible not to get out leveled here and there.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's gonna get out leveled sometimes. It happened to me yesterday. I was playing just 5-10 here, and I was playing against an action player who plays in the games regularly, and there was one spot where I wanted to make a hero call after, basically, I called the raise with ace-4 suited, ace-4 of hearts, four-way on the button.
The cards.
Flop came king, 3, 1 heart, rainbow. I bet the flop, small in position. This player min-check raised the flop. I called. Turn was an ace, so I actually improved, but I was, already like thinking the ace high was a good reasonable amount on the flop against this player. He bet the turn small again. I called. River was a brick. He bet big, and I really was like leaning heavily toward call, and then he did some like mannerisms, like live tellish stuff that I was like, oh, actually this usually is like a nutted thing. So I ended up just being like, oh, I think you have it this time in fold, and he shows me 9 high.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I've said this on there before. Nowadays, like,
buying it?
people are really experienced in hold'em and reverse telling too.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a conscious reverse tell, but it definitely could have been. I mean, it was like it was definitely like mimic the pattern that I've seen a lot of like other players be strong in.
You know, like we said, T earlier did some reverse tells when he was bluffing. It was, you know,
Get out of here.
something.
Yeah.
You know, when I was younger, I definitely was more active about. Nowadays, I just, you know, click buttons as a social player.
Like giving up that art.
Yeah.
Just want to click buttons.
Well, it's just that, you know, I'm an adult now, and professional poker is socially more of a young person's game, kind of gritting your teeth and just like. It's not like I'm not trying. It's more just like, look, a lot of these guys are my friends. You know, they give me business advice and life advice.
Well, yeah, I mean that's true. If you're playing in like a home game, like yeah, you probably don't want to be taking every little small like live tell edge.
No, yeah, in a live casino, definitely all's game. But you know, if I'm on stream or in a private setting, you know, the dynamics change a lot.
Magoo turning the best hand here on with the 7 deuce. No bounty on that, unfortunately for him. T has a potential bluff decision here. King High does have some showdown value, though, in a limp check pot.
Check.
7.
Nut.
Yeah, T not going to be thrilled to see it lose to that hand, but it is what it is. If he saw that hand, though, he would have gone all in again.
Imagine your heart rate if those were the first 2 cards you were dealt in, you know, deuce of 7 or Drama.
We love mixed games.
They don't translate well. On screen.
I agree. I mean, it can be tricky. I did make some run at once videos in recent months breaking down some streamed mixed game stuff though. Both the 25K PGT championship PGT championship mixed game event. And then also Dolly's game, cash game that was from a few years back with the legend himself, Doyle, R.I.P.
Rest in peace.
But yeah, in general, I agree. It's a tricky experience for the viewer. I mean, I love it as a savvy mixed game player viewer, but yeah, for the average viewer / the masses, not so much.
Or which one? Kylie walked in.
That said, if there's ever if we ever want to do a
818 tequila.
live at the Commerce mixed game, submit.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Well, Alan Kessler's been pushing it. Just
No, I mean,
I think the viewers would probably rather watch Alan Kessler play slots than mix.
She walked in the elevator.
Where?
It's like in
Magoo with the check mark.
condo in my
Yep.
my
And
friend.
Daniel makes 2 pair, which I mean,
More
it is
showdown.
a 4 diamond. Doesn't not actually so much different in absolute value on this board, but
Apparently, they have residency there.
yeah, I think certainly Magoo should bet. I think unless he thinks Daniel is going to bet, but it seems like a natural betting combo here.
Casamigos. He has a bottle of Casamigos tequila.
Goes for pretty big.
one of my
Yeah.
boys. And
Tricky
he's
spot
like,
is Daniel.
and,
Just a what do we think our opponent is up to kind of spot.
in the elevator with him, and then
I
Kendall
think,
walks in.
yeah, I think pretty sure this kind of spot the solver would just be mixing. Call versus fold.
Like he looks up.
He does find the fold, nicely done.
He sees like his Kendall, and he's like, "Oh shit!" He's like, "Here's your bottle, bro," because it's Casamigos and not 818. So he hands him the bottle of Casamigos.
Here's your bottle, bro.
And then she's like, "You guys are funny." I guess she was like telling him like, "You guys are funny. We're having a party upstairs. You can't come. It's an 818 tequila party."
I'd do anything to go to that party.
That'd be a lit party to go to.
The Diddy party.
Apparently they go to Diddy parties. The Kardashians, they were on the list.
Apparently everyone.
I saw a list of like everyone that goes there today. I was on YouTube. Like,
Bro, everyone's invited but me.
So like 8 reasons for 120 conspiracy YouTube. People calls 125.
The diddler.
C4 checks. C8 bets 100.
Single raise pot here. Adam defended.
So raises to 300.
Goes for the small check raise here with Jack 10 with the 10 of diamonds. Yeah, I think this is an interesting play to mix. Little, certainly would prefer to have the king or queen, but perhaps the 10 gets to do this sometimes. Tricky spot for Magoo. I mean, I think he's going to peel, but uncomfortable on basically any turn. So, yeah, seems a little too weak to bet fold an ace right away. Also, definitely a spot where he could go for some checkbacks on the flop as well. Let's see if Adam, I mean, this is a pretty tough turn card for Adam to continue with this hand. But if he does, it should work. Ooh, he is going for it. Yeah, I mean, I am just getting acquainted with Adam OG, but yeah, he's got some spice.
I'm sure you guys have actually crossed paths, as you might know online. You don't know who you're playing against.
Most likely we play together in online,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Seems extremely likely.
I'm gonna order mine.
Pretty big bet, too, like 3/4 or so.
I get that value.
And yeah, I think ace-9 off to it with no diamond just has to be out here. Ooh, Magoo says not so fast. Perhaps these two have some history as well.
Oh, I mean, these guys, I'm sure, know each other fairly well.
Brick River, very interesting. Always love to see the Brick Rivers in these spots.
Yeah.
Does Adam have another barrel in him?
I don't think Magoo's folding, and I do suspect Adam thinks he's not folding too. That's just my gut read.
My experience with Magoo is he's not much of a folder generally. I mean, not in like a bad way, but he's okay. Goes for the check.
Oh, he does go for the check.
Would have been fun to see a bet there, but yeah.
Jack.
I think in different eras, Adam would have barreled and Magoo would have called. a lot of things to be considered are which era, which mood, what history. Yeah, I mean, Adam OG, like live, I do remember now playing with him, but the era must be 2002, 3, 4, 6.
Oh, wow.
10, 11, 12. That's when I was more active in the 10, 20 No Limit Streets.
So wait, is he playing live a bunch now, though?
We played over quarantine briefly. And, I've talked to him here. I'm not too much of a fan of playing against him, as you can see by his play.
Yeah, I mean, he seems like a very tough player to play against, for sure.
I'm good being a recreational player now. With allegedly a decent graph.
It's all a spectrum, though. I mean,
Yeah.
the professional-recreational divide.
I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of really competent recreational players that are theoretically winning. The only thing is potentially when they get tired or kind of lazy with keeping up their solid game. That's kind of...
Yeah, that is probably a big differentiator, is like the whole how often are they playing their A-game thing.
Right. There's some recreational players that are just like, dude, I don't want to play against you. You're just
Yeah, I mean, even like
good.
just thinking about like deep in the tournament, like that I was just deep in here. Like, yeah, there were some of the recreationals that I was like less happy to be playing against than some of the professionals. Like, another single raised pot.
Magoo takes it down.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Here we go as the chip counts. Big rookies coming in. This is a battle zone. I think Justin was the most excited to play in this field, and he probably second, just to kind of see what's up. And I think Brian Hastings will agree with me. Like, veterans have a lot of tricks up their sleeves and tactics that you develop over the year that are not really documented in training sites, or even, you know, your run at one stuff. It's like you're probably not spilling everything.
I mean, I don't think I like hold back or anything on run at once, but
okay.
I mean, it's you know, in game though, it's like in the battlefield, it's definitely a mix of art and science, I would say, and like yeah, a lot of the technical knowledge is only part of the battle, so we'll say that.
Well, I'm telling you guys, I hold back a lot. I mean, when people listen to my commentary and then see my play, they see a discrepancy of, you know, I'm spitting out truth but general knowledge on commentary, but execution, as you know, Brian said, is a mix between art and science.
I mean, I would say the only thing I would like hold back in a commentary setting or whatever is like a player-specific read, or like, you know, here's how I would exploit this player, like stuff like that. Like, but yeah, in terms of like strategy and how to approach the game generally, like yeah, I mean, I'm not a hold back type of person with that.
What? Do I have a circuit ring? No.
See, pretty aggressive 3-bet here, small blind versus button. Justin has a hand that I think will continue in some fashion.
I know there used to be some.
Probably with a call. I know, you know, we love the solver bait. He is going for the 4-bet actually.
You get like free roll.
Small sizing. Just goes for the straight up 2x.
Do you have a circuit ring? Huh?
I do, but I throw it out.
What do you mean? Oh, like the actual ring?
Yeah.
No, I'm saying you won one though.
Yeah.
Don't you get to play in a free roll? You used to? Or when did you win it?
Wait, did he say he threw his ring out?
No, I think that's just for breaks.
It's pretty funny.
No, there used to be a thing where
the Tournament of Champions.
Wow. Not Tournament of Champions, but it used to just be like $1 million free roll if you were a thing.
Yeah, that is like he's talking about basically the Tournament of Champions. It's had like 5 different names over the years, but yeah.
I remember because like my friend was playing during the World Series. You know Mitch?
Halverson?
White kid, plays a bunch of tournaments.
I think so.
Yeah, he was playing, and he's always like smoking weed and stuff. Good kid.
It may be only like.
He was like telling me like I get a free roll on $1 million if I win this, and I remember he was like.
It might only be for like the main events.
It's like,
because you can get a circuit ring for like any circuit event.
Yeah, he told me
it's just for the main events.
Oh, well, he was playing an online one.
I believe any circuit ring qualifies you for the whatever they call it these days, global championship, tournament champions.
That was like maybe 2 years ago, he told me.
125.
When did you win yours?
125.
When?
Yeah.
Just this summer.
The circuit ring.
Looks like Daniel is no longer there.
Yeah, I think he had something to do.
You don't take it out of
Yeah.
Okay, well, it was nice to see him. Yeah, again, I've played with him a little bit here at Commerce on the floor.
Maybe you missed a
nice guy, tough player.
I think you did. I don't know. You should check.
Also, he has 4 kids, so.
Yes, yeah, probably would make sense that one of them needs to get picked up or has something going on.
I remember
absolutely
he was like playing a $300, 300 person.
Yeah, I talked to him about the kids last time I played with him.
He was like saying like. He was like devastated he lost like in third. And I was like, bro, it's only like 20K, you'll live. And then he was like, no, you get the free rolls and stuff. You get so much if you get a circuit ring.
I mean, the seat to the global championship is worth like maybe 2K. So yeah, the 20K is definitely worth a lot more. But it is cool to be in there. Magoo really spicing it on the button here. And he is going to be punished by Adam OG. So yeah, 4-handed at the moment. Some fun hands so far. Yeah, I was just looking a little bit at the ace-6-5 monotone flop where Adam OG check raised with Jack-10 with a 10 of diamonds. That hand was not really doing it, but there's some similar hands that were like 10-7 with the 10 of diamonds was in there some. Some like more like using more of like the single kind of like king 4 with the king of diamonds, queen 5 with the queen of diamonds, that kind of stuff. So,
but cash.
I like the idea. It would have been, yeah, interesting to see a river barrel, see how Magoo would have.
It's like less
proceeded.
Of like a jail environment. Like I feel like I'm in prison sometimes when I'm playing a tournament.
Attitudes really do vary about tournament poker. Like I mean, I love tournament poker. I think it's so much fun.
I used to not, and now I'm appreciative of it because my schedule is so constrained. It's good to know that something's there versus, as you know, for cash games, especially the bigger
I
ones,
think that's the point.
your life almost has to revolve around them.
Yeah, I mean, that can certainly be tougher live. I mean, I know certainly as a, dad and husband, I have to pick my spots a little bit more than I used to, but still get to play some decent live tournaments. Obviously, again, chopped the 1200 at the Commerce, good times. But
congrats.
Yeah, and online. I mean, certainly online. It's just nice to be able to. I feel like in tournaments, it's much less infested with like the bots RTA stuff than cash. So it's just nice to have more fair games to play in.
I think it's just nice to be able to play through the variants on Sundays and just pile.
That is also nice. Yeah. Yeah, I told you I finally broke through in a global poker 110 after bricking like all of them for months.
Well, I'm in a similar spot. I mean, I cashed a couple recently, but there was definitely a stretch. I think I'm still on like a -11 stretch.
Another funny thing about that too is like 2 of the key pots I won were I think I sent you were both hands where I like defended my big blind in like heavy ICM spots and then like bluff caught 3 streets.
Sick.
And I looked at both of them afterwards, and both of them were like terrible pre-flop defense.
I mean,
yeah, it's a lot of luck in tournament poker.
I mean, when you have confidence in your game, you could play these off hands. Like,
10 seconds.
I'm less out of line than I was back in the day, but I had a pretty big ego back in the day. And
ooh, Adam. Here's some more spice from Adam. Goes for the raise over block call on the river. Very spicy. Is T gonna believe this? I mean, Adam is representing. I mean, this was just check until the river, I believe. So yeah, primarily representing like pocket fives, 6-5 suited, ace-5 suited, I guess. If ace-5 suited even checks back flop. Wow, gets it through.
I'll see it on the stream.
Gets it through.
Adam OG, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, how does he do it?
You don't see the stuff at home.
How do they keep folding? Well, I guess
no
Magoo just
warnings.
didn't fold to him, but.
On the clock, please. No warnings for me.
He doesn't want the 10-second
You don't
warning.
need to tell me I have 10 seconds.
That's a play you learn over the
No
years.
warning.
Thank
you, sir.
He definitely had a good assessment of where his opponents were at there. And also, yeah, just perhaps realizing it's a line that like gets a lot of credit because most people don't go for bluffs so much to there.
By the way, that's why, even though I played with Adam OG back in the day, and I'm sure online too, not really sitting down with them nowadays, especially in my rusty state.
125, 4, 6, fold.
And just in general, like, people know more about me than I know about them. It's like a lot of my hands are public. A lot of my streams are public.
Yes, you're, very public figure, well-known quantity.
Should we play like Indian poker? You guys ever play Indian poker?
No, what's that? Is it the thing where you put the card on your forehead?
Compliance strict, guys. Compliance
I feel like
strict.
the stream will love it. Can we play a round of Indian poker?
No, sir.
I haven't heard the stand-up game proposed yet,
They're not
actually.
even letting us straddle.
Granted, it's kind of awkward to play four-handed, I would say, but
Nope.
Not even blind raised.
Well, it'll be a blind raise, is what I'm saying.
I mean, that's what it was last week when I was there. It was same. It was,
In the stream game?
Mhm.
I thought they let you straddle.
No, I didn't. The week before they did, but not the last week.
Oh. Oh yeah, I played the week before.
Magoo, big hand in the small blind. He's been pretty active pre-flop as well, so pretty interesting decision for T, actually, assuming it gets back to him. Yeah, I think this is close with 10-8 of diamonds. Really, all three options seem okay. Like, probably, yeah, I mean, any 4-bet would be very low frequency, but folding probably still the most conventional option there.
Showing up
But
or not?
it's close.
Is it just us four?
That's what it's looking like.
I don't know.
Nobody wants to be the king of LA.
I'm here as long as Justin's here. I'm not leaving, dude.
Yes, the last person to not leave the table is crowned the king of
I
LA.
would love to. We can triple the stakes.
I like
I know Adam won't leave.
Yeah,
so.
I was gonna say I like Adam OG in that competition. I just think everybody else would have some sort of threshold, and
Diddy.
Adam seems like he would just keep going.
I'll definitely be your Diddy in that situation.
I think it's too white.
If you're looking for a fun drinking game to play while watching the stream, every time they say Diddy, drink.
Check.
Thank you.
Battle of the Weak King X here.
I
Pot.
had it on 1,000.
You had it on 1,000.
Pretty interesting flop for these hands. Adam with bottom pair, Justin with a gutter. I think king high with the gutter I think is mostly just going to check back just because it's enough showdown.
Give me a sec.
Bluff more with like the weaker gutter combos.
For a lot of money, so yeah, it's a brand new house on the line.
Check.
Well, full tank of gas on the line.
Shit, in today's economy, half gas, half full.
The economy, which I talk about on the podcast I did with Chasing Poker Greatness.
Oh yeah, you want to tell us more about that?
Yeah, I mean, just, tune in. I don't know what to say. It's just I dropped some knowledge about how streams are run, the difficulty, which is, a little, seems like it's been counterintuitive to the public. People just, their availability, their liquidity have so much to do with whether they can come on, their free time.
How much did you hold back in that?
Only a little. No, I spit truth. Like some of the stuff I hold back is more just like I'm in private conversations and it just
Yeah, no, I was mostly just messing with you, but yeah, totally understand that there's some private details that just can't be shared. Sure. But no, that sounds really interesting. Gotta remember to listen.
Let's just cool each other for the next hour, guys. Let's all take turns.
Yeah. Shed some blood.
Should we play like progressive stand-up? Can we play
four-way stand-up?
Progressive stand-up? 4 ways would be fun. Good practice.
I'm cool with whatever.
Do you guys know how like the rules work in progressive?
No.
So you can,
never.
I know it's like a multiplier, but I don't know how exactly it works.
Yeah, it could be fun four-handed to do stand-up with just like multiple buttons per player needed.
and the last person has to
I think
pay.
it's like,
Oh yeah, that's progressive stand-up. Did we talk about this?
oh yeah, I guess if you
Maybe a little bit.
So yeah, they have more buttons than allowed. So basically,
You get, like,
either all the buttons are exhausted, or
per player.
one person doesn't have a button.
If you win 2, then you get.
So Magoo
Right, yeah, we have talked about that a bit.
game flow wise is going to
If you win
take
2, you should
geez,
get
$50.
Every time you win
2x
a hand,
per
you get
player,
a
and if
button.
you win all 3, you should get 4x per player. Like
I don't know what you're doing. They just do it like you earn
Yeah, it
a
would make
button
sense
for
to me
each
like
hand you
forehand. I
win.
don't know how they would do it exactly, but forehand it would make sense just having like, I don't know, 6 buttons to give out or something like that.
Oh, both those 400
Maybe more.
each.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I was saying.
But if I win all 3, then you guys.
Oh, I got 3 cards.
There's more than
You pitched me
It's gonna be
2.
more than 3
This
hands.
deal?
But I know which one you.
Somebody went
Does it not matter?
I think they were stuck together.
Yeah, but I know these 2 were the ones stuck together. So
Everybody else already threw in their cards.
And I looked after you,
it would
Mo.
have been. I would have had 7-3 or pocket 7.
I had queen 4.
So
But like, let's say I win all 3, then you guys will all owe me 800 each.
800 each.
Cause yeah, we should do like a super penalty if you let some fucking idiot win 3 fucking.
that's pretty extreme.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
penalty
let
stuff
some guy
that's
win 3
interesting.
hands in a
Like in the
row.
7-deuce game,
Shame
if
on
you let the 7-deuce win, then you have to pay an extra
Shame on
penalty
the other
in
guy.
games like that.
Yeah, I'm saying an 800 each payout in a 25-50 games. I mean, granted that's for all 3 hands in a row, same player, but lots. All right, Magoo in the small blind with King Jack. See how he wants to proceed. I think he wants to continue somehow, and yeah, he's going for the 3-bet.
Well, I'm going to call myself out. If I do play this hand, I'm almost never flatting. I don't want to say always.
There are like 140 big blinds deep here. Yeah, the anti-rages I'm looking at on GTO Wizard have it playing mostly flat with a little bit of 3-bet. Certainly the ante changes it a lot. I mean, if you're playing a non-ante game, then yeah, I mean, playing just 3-bet or fold is totally valid. So small bet from Magoo and a call from Justin. It's a pretty nice card from Magoo, improving the kings and jacks. Is going to make it a little tricky to get paid off. Now if he checks, would be an interesting decision for Justin whether to ever bluff his hand. I would think probably he doesn't though.
Mia?
Yeah, he comes to the bet and it seems like a pretty clear fold for Justin. Magoo takes it down.
So when it was announced you were commenting today, Prahlad liked the post. Do you guys have any relationship?
Nice. I haven't talked to him in quite a while, but I mean, we've played a few times. I mean, certainly online back in the day a bit. Although it was more definitely spent more time watching his games when I was really coming up than like actually playing with him.
Same.
But also, yeah, we played live. There was one summer at the end of World Series, I remember, where like we both played together in this big like 500, 1,000 half game.
Do you want
half no limit, half PLO in Bobby's room. So yeah, we did some serious battling there. I recall each of us showing each other bluffs, and yeah, it was a pretty wild one. But haven't really encountered him much since.
Bang, bang.
I know he's in Brazil a lot, right? Prahlad spends a lot of time in Brazil now, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, follow him on social media. I don't know. I mean, he's got so much stuff going on. I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of his social media, yes.
Yeah.
I feel bad for him, though. I don't know if he's telling the truth or not.
Just like a 1-hour video of him playing like a 10K heads-up tournament. And just like, he's like smoking a cigar and just saying like absurd shit on stream for like, yeah.
Like, just like, he's saying
Did he win it?
stuff.
What was that?
Did he win the tournament?
No, he lost, right? I think.
Wait, what? He's just like ranting about weird shit.
I didn't watch the whole thing, but I heard he was like, whatever.
At the end, it was like really weird. He like basically started crying.
And like,
Yeah, he was crying.
Single raise pot. Nice one for Adam. Middle pair and the nut flush draw. And T still actually does have the best hand on the flop, but as you see by the equities, he is behind in equity. A lot of good runouts for Adam. And seems like a pretty standard check call so far. One possible good thing for T is Adam might be less determined to bet a lot of turns since he has showdown value already. Like this jack of clubs, I think if Adam had like an ace-5 of spades or something like that, he'd be more likely to bet than with ace-6. Since he's already beating every other 6x and 3x. Not really too much incentive to bet this combo, actually. Could, I guess, consider going for like some kind of smaller bet just to try to get thin value. But yeah, check I think is going to be most standard. He retains the best hand on the river. Could consider a block here, maybe. It's a little thin, but I think it's okay. And also, I mean, if we block, then Jack X is unlikely to raise, I would say. Although it's Adam, so I shouldn't say anything's unlikely.
Yeah.
Yeah, T goes for the block. See what Adam wants to do here. Probably just going to flick in the call, I would guess. He can beat some like 6x. But yeah, I mean, perhaps I shouldn't be guessing what Adam's going to do.
I think he might fold. Yeah.
Ooh.
This is the thing that, veterans especially, I do the same thing. I'm not going to compare myself to NMOG, but live players, they find these exploits of just like, I have showdown, but this just can't be a bluff with certain people.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting against T. I wonder if T just has like 6-5 on the river if he's blocking the same size. I mean, that's where I would be as that emoji there. I would just think like I potentially beat some value, so it's too good to fold. But I agree that it's unlikely to be a bluff for that sizing.
I don't know. Should I just keep these two?
I think this is where Justin T, when they go back to watch the stream, they could learn some stuff, and that's why they're here. Is like, they're very competent players.
For sure.
But
not as experienced, and certainly in the live setting.
I don't know which two to turn off. It's a little weird. Can't raise again. What if he calls this time?
This time.
You seem like you'd be a really good coach. So do you ever get frustrated with the people you coach with? 'Cause I think potentially that's like a weakness of mine.
Hasn't really come up so much yet. I mean, I guess, like what I think would frustrate me if this was the case would be like, if we had like a session and that kind of like was showing them things to work on, and then they just kind of didn't do that, and like showed up to the next session and like hadn't done anything at all. And the people I've been coaching, that hasn't really been the case though. So. Yeah, it hasn't. Yeah, what are some of the things that frustrate you about coaching?
I guess a lot of like empirical ranking of players, like so and so is better. It's like, as we could see from this stream, like a lot of people have a different skill sets and capabilities. So while if they were locked in a room and had 100,000 or million hand sample, we could get some results, but. Some things it's like a player could have higher or lower technical skill than me, but I'm showing people I coach like exploits that aren't really documented in public training sites. And I mentioned this in the podcast, like people, and I was in this camp before too, like ranking people better and worse, whereas like, people who've survived, especially in the high stakes, for like a really long time, they all have tricks up their sleeves.
Santiago, yeah.
And I'm
like, said he's seen him at WSOP last year.
Jumping in the high stakes in all the games, like and I'm sure you have a similar experience too. There's a lot of people with tactics that's like, whoa, you just didn't expect that.
Yeah, I think so.
And when it doesn't work in your favor, you start thinking about, okay,
subscribe to his
how do I adjust my game to
Did you play that tournament?
combat something like this?
Yeah, and definitely just playing in different pools can be like so different. Like, I mean, I think, like Phil Hellmuth is obviously just like a hot button, big name player. But like, I really genuinely do think that he plays like better than a lot of like, technically more skilled pros in like these like soft like large like live field tournaments. I think he's just does really good, just really in tune and like focused with like the live reading. Just like uses the table talk to like kind of verbally manipulate them and like get more info in just a way that like someone like a younger like technically skilled pro who's like really experienced with like learning solvers and such just wouldn't be in that. So like I think in that pool, like someone like Phil has a bigger edge. But obviously if you take like a battle lineup like this, then I think it's the opposite.
Yeah, I've said this on broadcast too. It's like, you and I are probably more polite at the table if Phil's able to berate somebody and get them to be off their game or, spit some chips. That's an advantage that you and I won't have in these environments.
Yeah, or even just, even just a table talk thing. I mean, I'll occasionally try to do like a little bit of it, but it's certainly not my strength or anything. So like, some of the KG Live pros. Yeah, there's certainly plenty of people who are just going to do that kind of thing better than me. But, I mean, that said, I mean, one thing I believe in learning poker is, like, just because it's not, like, my strength, I mean, I can still get better at it, like, even if I never get to the level of, Phil Hellmuth or whoever, Josh Aryeh or any number of, like, older school live pros who just specialize in that kind of thing.
Well, now
can still improve on my current best, so.
But his girlfriend at the time.
He's like claiming she stole $3 million from his, but like maybe he just went like broke and he's lying,
That's possible. Well, I mean, I don't know.
A lot of people would do, because like he was saying in the video at the end, like he has 2,000. He's like, I'm dirt broke. He's like, I have 2,000 left in my account. I have to send it back to Evora. And then he was like, good luck to Evora and Limitless. I hope they win it. They're good guys. So maybe he's like trying to get staked by them. You know?
I mean, I did see him play like.
And like he lost all his money, and then
1K and 2K on ACR.
What do you mean 1K and 2K?
Like I did see him play some like 1K and 2K on ACR.
Oh yeah, apparently he was playing 1K on GG, and he lost 80K in 2 months playing
Wow.
1K now.
Sick.
That's like a jargon
Careful,
that's
you're gonna
different in
look
this
that
era. 1K is 510, I believe. Back in the day,
Correct, yeah.
we would say like 510 no limit.
Agreed. Yeah. I do hear that more and more when I hear like the current like online cash players talk about that.
Your girlfriend steal crypto from you?
I hope you have at least a calling hand. Fuck. Crack those queens.
Justin,
Wow.
nice cold 4 there.
Yeah.
A good one.
I mean, Magoo has certainly been 3-betting quite actively, so you can understand. Once again, like that's the kind of spot where if Justin had like pocket 8s or something, I would much rather just take King 10 suited that has a blocker and like I think a little bit better equity and playability when called.
One of the other. One of the other million hands.
It's not a million. There's a few, but
A big few or a little few? That is the question.
King,
I'll be right back.
Ace King suited. I will wager a raise of 150.
150 from the stick.
I will say I do think the 3x raise from the small blind in this with the ante is too small. Personally, it would be playing a limp heavy strategy, but when I do raise, going more 3.5 to 4x.
You guys
So-
want to take short break? I want to take a piss too.
I mean, can we for the stream? I don't care if you guys. I was thinking it's fucked up for the stream.
I don't know. Is it better to play 3?
You should just wait for Mike to get back and then go through.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So we can consistently.
Yeah.
Apologies, guys. There were a few cancels.
So we're dealing, right?
Yeah. Watch Justin just tank like 17 minutes against me pre-flop just so that I can't.
He can't do it that long. He can
So that would be pretty savage. Although, yeah, it's another good thing about the time chips that we use in the cash games here.
After 5 minutes on the river.
Can't troll your opponent by tanking for 17 minutes so they can't pee.
Hold me closer, time to dance.
All right.
Check. Check. 7. Check rock.
I was hoping for a run out where the 7 kicker plays on the river, but doesn't appear that's going to happen. 9, I guess, still?
Right.
Better 50. Call.
Don't really see any reason for either of them to bet the river.
Check.
7 high, good.
He's a 4, dude. Chop.
Adam slow rolls the chop. Well
You
done.
see the 4?
Teaching these kids some lessons.
Cultural
I
thing.
wasn't watching. I saw the showdown.
I had a slow roll. I'm sorry. Dude.
Yeah, it's different generations of different culture differences, and same with ethnicities. So you come to a clash, like being Asian American, I know the Asian culture, I know the American culture, and what people consider like etiquette differs, and they could just clash with a total misunderstanding.
I forget. Does the Asian culture appreciate a good slow roll?
It actually just doesn't even exist. It just like bluffing's more of a sport in the Asian culture of
Oh, right.
poker.
So they like showing bluffs.
Yeah, they like showing bluffs as like a joke, like haha.
I mean, the guy who showed me the 9 high yesterday happened to be Asian.
Okay. Did he kind of say like haha or?
He was pretty excited to show it, but
that's kind of the cultural thing that you've been around a long time, so you must have seen a wide range too. And a lot of disputes come from miscommunications of culture and upbringing.
Understood. Makes a lot of sense. Interesting that the slow roll is just not even. I mean, I guess
it's just not. Yeah.
I guess it's just that and the fact that the slow roll takes like a few seconds, so it means like fewer hands being dealt out is probably like frowned upon.
Yeah, that's the more frowned upon part. It's like, why are you wasting time? Next hand.
Yeah, we want to see more cards. Like,
in fact, like when people slow roll me, I'm just like, okay, like. What are you trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, I've been victim to a few Sean Deeb slow rolls over the years. So.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, whatever. It's like I feel like it's all in good sport.
Yeah. No, I mean, like in his strategy, like similar to Helmut's, it's like he wants to get his opponent in balance with the situation.
Yeah, he calls me.
Throw him off his game.
Yeah, and he really does just put a lot of effort into like preparing for it, just always being like looking out for it.
What about UCLA? Like Westwood? He just won too, you know that, right?
Yeah.
But I congratulate him too.
I have a funny story about that, but I can't say on.
Okay, tell me later. About him winning? I guess tell me later.
It was from that tournament.
Okay.
Oh, so 6
okay.
for the collection.
And you pay. Let's go.
Oh, I needed you.
Yeah, in the podcast, do you know Brad Wilson?
Thanks for playing.
From Chasing Poker Greatness?
Good deal.
Not really.
Okay.
But I mean, I've heard the name, but that's about it.
Okay. Well, yeah, he's online, live pro, probably similar range as me. I probably played a little bit bigger, but it just.
I don't believe so.
After a certain age and veteran range, we're all just like, salute for sticking around and lasting this long.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, for sure.
In fact, like, you mentioned before, and I've said in the past, like maybe some lineups in some stakes range that probably shouldn't have played, on the bigger side. But that's kind of something you do when you're younger to see where you're at as an excuse. Or just like, misevaluate the theoretical EV of how that group pans out.
Yeah, definitely that. But really, it's about the friends we made along the way.
Sure. And enemies that owe us money. Oh, whoops. Did I say that on stream?
Oh yeah, speaking of not the enemies part, I saw a picture of it was like Krantz, Emil, and like 2 others in Dublin. I just saw that Emil is in Dublin and is a derivatives trader.
Oh, okay.
Very interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw him, I went on a ski trip with him. I want to say this was after Black Friday. I want to say maybe like 2012 or 13 or so to Whistler. And yeah, I've never seen him again after that. But sounds like he's got a cool life in Dublin. Adam with the overbet on the flop here. This is spicy. Goes for the 2x pot c-bet. T with top pair. Obviously not going anywhere yet. Pretty tricky turn card for Adam to find a second barrel, I would say. But I will not put it past him. Definitely a flop picture that lends itself to some big bets. Yeah, the 2x pot is very interesting. I mean, I haven't really tested it myself, but I mean, I think that's part of the beauty of it is like, nobody's going to be experienced like playing against that. So if it's something that he's looked at and certainly his opponents have not, then it's going to work out well. Pretty tough run out to keep barreling, though. I mean, I think a lot of turn cards he would have. I think.
Yeah, the 2x pot definitely works both ways because you get so many folds that you don't really see how it plays out that often. So there's not much of a data sample to see, you know, is this okay long term?
Yeah, I would think more he's just like, you know, tested it like using solvers and stuff to like see what the reactions are supposed to be, and then probably making assumptions about like how people are actually going to play against it. Very interesting though. Yeah, I mean, again on this board, it's T just goes for the small block, and yeah.
I think Adam figures no bluff raise as it wouldn't work here.
I mean, it doesn't make a whole, like, granted he's run some other bluffs where it's not entirely clear what, like, he's representing pretty thin anyway. But, I mean, he shouldn't have a lot of, like, 1 pair 7x, 2x potting the flop. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, I mean, yeah, and even in terms of, like, I guess he'd have to, like, have an overpair that now checks back the turn to do it, really. Which is not going to be too much. I don't think we ever really want to check back the turn with, like, the 10s through queens at least. Maybe a little bit with aces and kings, I guess.
Figure the overbets with nutted hands, you know, you're trying to compound, get paid. It's just, in a large sample, you might see that play out. In a small sample, just, you know, not going to see it, what pays you that often. And even then, it's like a theoretical pay, not like they have to have a hand.
Sure. All right, 3-bet pot here. Justin on the button with king queen off. Adam raise calls the 7-6 suited from the cutoff. Oof. That is an Adam flop right there. And bad news for Justin, because that's usually the kind of board that we feel pretty good about as the 3-better in this spot. Certainly a big advantage in like the good overpairs. And there's not a lot of 6x. I mean, even ace-6 suited isn't really in there. So 7-6 and 6-5 suited are really it. Maybe king 6. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Maybe ace 6 is able to get in there a little bit. I don't know.
Depends who it is.
Yeah.
But
in any event, 6x is not going to be very well represented in the cutoff range here. See what Adam wants to go for here. I mean, I think still mostly going to want to play calls as we would with a lot of pocket pairs and some, you know, backdoor ace high backdoor stuff. But, you know, as Adam, certainly playing some raises is cool. And he's going for that. Small raise. Certainly puts Justin's actual hand in a really ugly spot already. Does also seem like, yeah, I mean, to me, just watching Adam for a little bit, it seemed like he's really trying to put people in a lot of spots they're unfamiliar with. And which is, yeah, I think like the small check raise on this flop is not something they're seeing a whole lot of usually. As with the 2x pot bet. Yeah, Justin's peeling here. I mean, getting a really good price to do so in position. Check mark for Adam. This is like an interesting spot for his range. Like I mean, obviously he has it here, but like the check raise is going to be like this hand, and then like a lot of other stuff that like kind of bricked, like say you know 8-7 of the clubs, or maybe ace-5 suited, the backdoor, or just various kind of backdoor club draws, I would say.
4-bets 1,000.
Yeah, certainly with our hand, it looks nice to just keep betting like this. He goes third pot. Kind of curious what the range strategy is going to look like. You could have some pocket pairs too. Like it's reasonable to just like peel the 3-bet pre-flop with like jacks or something, and then just go for this.
Six fold.
So Adam does take it down. Yeah, Justin, hard to keep fighting there with just king high. Very interesting spot. More thinking in a range versus range sense. I think Both of them, very reasonable with their exact holdings.
7 fold. Eight raises to 175. 4 calls, 175. Heads up.
We're here for Bally Live Poker, live at the Commerce. Download the Bally Live app with the QR code right there. Best way to watch the stream.
You can collect Bally bucks, which can be converted into prizes and who knows, maybe even cash in the future.
Interesting.
8 checks.
You can always count on you to be up on all the promos.
Yeah, I mean, coupon clipping, free rolling. There were a couple periods where I was not too active on collecting all the bonuses, and then when times are tough, you really regret that because it doesn't take that much more effort to collect.
No, I respect it. I mean, again, I think my background of just like having a lot of money at like age 20 is like not very conducive to being good at that stuff.
I did the same thing.
So this was a raised pot blind versus blind. Magoo check called a small bet from Adam on the flop. Definitely seems like a combo that wants to bet the turn a lot as Adam. I think he's probably mostly considering just sizing and wondering if he should overbet again, which seems totally reasonable on this texture. I think he probably will.
10 seconds.
Oh yeah, looks like 2x again.
1300.
Quick fold from Magoo there.
And
You're gonna make me laugh, man.
as we can see, being out of position against an aggressive opponent,
Not a check.
usually bad.
I believe the 2x pot turn there would have set up roughly 2x pot on the river too. Crafty.
So,
Adam's fun.
good hand.
I like him.
Yeah.
Guess I just had to beat maybe too.
Very creative, different type of creativity than me.
7 and 8 fold.
I mean, I know for me, it's always just cool to like watch a player like Adam and just take notes, whether it's mental notes or physical notes. Just like watch some of these lines that are being taken and like think about it. Like, yeah, I mean, if it's not something that you're doing currently, it doesn't mean you have to do it, but at least think about why he might be doing it and why it could be a good strategy.
Yeah, it's such a treat to have the whole cards because let me tell you, it's really hard facing these people when you don't see whole cards, and it may sting to see you get bluffed out.
These are always fun spots here. So blind versus blind, and both of them are virtually guaranteed to play the board if they don't hit a pair. Does either of them start betting? Justin is going to be the one. Yeah, it's like tricky because if you just bet, every combo of like 7 high and lower, they're just going to be bluffing a ton. But so
goes back to our conversation of we all have a relatively similar knowledge base, and then potentially different tendencies. And there was a subject you mentioned earlier, like that you would rather play against some pros versus some really intelligent and aggressive recreational players. Part of it is skill cap, because as a pro you might be studied to a certain extent, but something about pros is the lower end pros is a leopard can't change their spots and they have skill caps.
Yeah, I totally hear that. That is a big part of it, I think. I mean, I do think anybody who really applies themselves and works hard at poker can succeed at a certain level. But yeah, I mean, it does take some level of innate ability to just succeed at like the highest level. And yeah, I agree. Just like some of the more like mid-tier pros. Yeah, I mean, I think there's just like at the end of the day, that innate ability isn't quite as high as like some of the recreationals who are just like very, very sharp people who have like crushed it at like whatever their career is. Like, yeah.
Somebody that comes to mind is Jake Daniels. Even though I haven't played with him, I've just heard so many good things about his game.
Yeah, I've played with him, I think just once, but yeah, definitely Agreed. Also, part of it too is like when you have the successful recreational, like, I mean, they're just, there's no like pressure really. Like they're just, I mean, win or lose, like, their life is great. Like there's no, if they go, if they go on a little downswing, that's not a big deal. So, pros not always in the luxury to have that situation. So yeah, even in like a big river spot or something, like the recreational is going to be loose. Like whether or not they make the right decision, like they're not going to cave to the pressure of the moment so much. I think.
And they only hurt intensely in the moment. Like their life moves on. Whereas when you're playing for a living, that misplay or poor results like haunts you for like a really long time, longer than the recreational at least.
Yeah, especially if it's just like a big spot, like whether it's like taking a shot at a bigger than normal cash game or like, deep in a tournament and then you make like a mistake. Yeah, that can be really emotionally damaging, I would say, for a professional. Luckily, I made no mistakes in the 1200 here. I would be really, really feeling badly about it if I did, but.
I think that, like we talked about this before, but the jokes at tournaments, like, I put a lot of volume in online and won quite a few. And a lot of those tournaments, the memory is not playing well. It's just running super good. And I've ran really good in the heads-up spots, too.
Yeah. I mean, right. It is. I definitely do note that whenever I'm making a deep run, because, like, it's easy when it's not going well to, like, be like really like, oh wow, I just lost with aces again or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, most of these like deep, like, final few places like tournament runs have some moments in there where you just get really lucky in like the reverse direction, or just win an inordinate amount of flips or whatever. Yeah, Adam goes for the 3-bet from the big blind. I think this is nice. Definitely these pseudo connectors. Enjoy mixing this. Justin does have a hand that is going to be able to continue though. I think just calling is going to be the play here. All right, so 3-bet pot, pseudo connector versus pseudo connector. Already about 1,400 in there. Interesting flop. Really bad for Justin. Not great for Adam either. I mean, he does have a gutter. But like typically a flop that I don't think Adam gets to go like too crazy on out of position here. And then Justin just has like bottom of range basically. So if Adam checks, curious to see if Justin stabs. Adam is betting though, and that should be the end of the hand. Goes for a pretty big bet here. Interesting. I wouldn't have thought to do this. Obviously works well against the Jack-10.
Well, people have texted and they've overslept, as poker players do. And considering the people who texted, I definitely know it's true.
I could not call you my friend.
I forget what it's like to live that kind of lifestyle. I mean, I was up at 6:30 getting ready for the school day. So.
Yeah, no, as you know with me, I'm a working person now, and poker's taken a back seat. And I was texting with an esports guy who's also working that said 8 to 9, and I'm like, which one's AM, which one's PM? Because you're an esports guy.
Yeah, that happened when I went on the LA Poker Roundup last week, and yeah, they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna do it at 9. I'm like, AM or PM? Granted, I mean, 9 is a time that I'm definitely very up for both of those, but had to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember back 03 to 012, probably even longer. I didn't even know my schedule. It's just like I'm definitely usually up at nighttime. Night owl.
I have a feeling we're going to get 4 new players all at once.
Nope.
Here, live at the Commerce.
That'd be nice.
Nice little overhead shot of the table. Bally Live Poker. GG Poker, our sponsor. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been on like a truly like ridiculous sleep schedule. I mean, I've definitely had a few isolated times over the years where I just played games that like went like all night. Like that one I was talking about with Prahlad was an example of that. Actually, I guess for like 10 days my sleep schedule was really funky because I think from what I recall that game played from maybe like 8 p.m. to like 10 a.m. or something, or something like that, 9 p.m. to 10 a.m. And then it just goes. I had a room at Bellagio, would just go sleep and then sleep for 7-8 hours, and then just kind of come back play again, order food at the table. But yeah, I mean, there's been a few isolated instances like that, but for the most part, I think, you know, at times I've been like bed at like 2 or 3 a.m., but still up by like 9 or 10. Nothing too ridiculous. Single raise pot here. Check to the river. Seems like a pretty clear spot where T's going to want to go for value. Can definitely go pretty big if he wants to. I mean, I don't think Adam's going to have many hands better than Jack 10. So, yeah, I think T, anything from just like a more normal, like 75% to an overbet seems reasonable to me.
Bet 450.
He does go for a slight overbet. It's like a 125, I think, or so. And yeah, Adam has a decision. I think for value, yeah, I mean, T, any Jack certainly, probably any 8X even can do this. Quickly folds. Talk a little bit there about capped ranges. I mean, I'm not saying Adam is necessarily this capped there. I mean, it seems very sharp overall. But I think a lot of players do, like in that position, just show up as the button with like a really weak range on the river that just like never has better than like 8X. So important, I think, to mix some checks of good hands that gets the river strong there. So we don't just get exploited and T can't just, you know, overbet us and we can't ever really defend or at least have a really struggle to.
Yeah, Vegas got me, you know, I would play like a
DiCaprio's gonna go down.
healthy 8 or 9 hour session, go back to the room, nothing to do there. Then ended up playing a
Well, no, they say he was at the Diddy party.
36 hour session after.
No, I'm serious. Like, there's videos where...
I don't think I ever played a session like anywhere near that lane. I want to say probably my cap was like, I don't know, 15 hours or something. Like playing like a cash game. Could be misremembering and have more than that. Magoo with 2 pair on King Queen 9. Very good hand on this board, where Adam's going to be ISOing a lot of the hands that make better hands. Can certainly have some like King 9 off, Jack 10 off though. But I think all King Queen's probably gonna ISO. Bad turn though. I mean, he maintains the best hand, but makes it certainly tougher to just get paid off. And obviously there's concerns of just not having the best hand as well. Does Adam ever want to bluff? I think no. I think Adam, if he just had like a 9 here, would want to start bluffing. Maybe even a Jack. Ace River, yeah, Magoo, not an awesome card, but like, yeah, he is going to go for some value. I like it. I think Adam pretty unlikely to have better. I mean, the ace isn't like a card that's going to improve him very often at all. Yeah, he does pay it off. Nice value bet by Magoo.
7, your mic is not on.
Yeah, I think that's an instructive spot too. I mean, I think a lot of players would kind of like shy away from finding the river bet in Magoo's seat. But yeah, I mean, if you really think through it, I mean, assuming Adam didn't check behind a 10, which on the turn, which, I mean, maybe he can a little bit, but it's not going to be much. Yeah, the ace shouldn't really improve, again, in that spot where it goes limp check. The ace shouldn't really improve Adam to better very often at all. So, yeah, I think we're actually good quite a bit of the time there on the river. We can just do what Magoo did there.
8 raises to 125, 4 folds, 6 calls, heads up. 6K. That's 125.
Interesting flop for these two holdings. Magoo, bottom pair, and the nut flush draw. Justin with second pair and also the queen of hearts. Yeah, heart turns could get costly for Justin. Instead, it's a brick, so Justin maintains the best hand. As you see in the graphic, 70% equity still. Does Magoo want to fire this hand? This is an interesting one. I think it certainly can, but definitely doesn't have to. We mostly would be targeting just the jack with a bat. I mean, it is nice to make sure that like worse draws don't ever fold. It's more of a polar spot on the turn with our range where we just want to be betting. It's kind of like an over better check spot, and the value is like King X plus. So yeah, like it's kind of like the other hand with Ace-6.
Thanks.
Like we could bet our hand, but there's just so many like pure draws that don't have a pair. We still have a little bit more showdown against like some worse deuce-X
Write that one down.
or ace high. So yeah, I think I like Magoo just playing the hand the way he did.
Nadi's Burrito. What the hell is that on TV? Is that the advertising place?
It's like
Yeah, it's a sponsor.
hot sauce.
Nice.
8 bets 125. 4 and 6 fold.
Lots of sponsors.
7 call.
7. What's up?
All right, heads up to this one. Magoo in the cutoff. Nice flop for him. Open ender, backdoor flush draw. Would assume he'll be betting. Definitely some sizing choices to be made here.
8 bets 175.
Goes for like a half pot sizing. Seems reasonable. Could also even go larger. T makes the call. Ace on the turn. And I think this is a card Magoo is going to want to try to bet a lot. I mean, he does have more ace-X, certainly pre-flop. Some of that's going to check the flop, but still plenty is going to be betting. Yeah, just not a particularly great card for T. So, yeah, I think with just the pure open-ender, bet seems nice. Maybe like a 2/3-ish. Looks like he goes a little bit over that. Seems good. Yeah, it goes more of like a almost close to pot even. 85%-ish.
Half into a dealer's change.
And gets it through. Nicely done.
So how long has the stream been going? Like 3 hours now?
A little less, like
Feels like 3.
little over 2 hours, I think.
All right, new deal coming.
It's like 3 p.m. right now.
That's it.
Take a look at the stacks. Yeah, still no huge pots yet. Definitely some interesting ones, but none of them have gotten to like all-in call territory. Did have T with the really creative check raise all-in on the river with pocket nines on a King Jack 10 board, but that quickly took it down. Yeah, Magoo and Adam are the winners. Daniel, who left the stream for now, presumably to take care of one of his 4 kids, and Justin are the 2 biggest losers so far. Yeah, it's definitely a number of interesting spots so far. But yeah, none have risen to the level of all-in call, playing for stacks. But I mean, we've seen some cool lines from Adam, which I've really enjoyed watching. A lot of some 2x pot bets, some creative check raises. I mean, all 4 of these guys are tough players. Certainly a lot to be learned in this bunch.
Wow, it wouldn't have been you if you did the numbers. It would have been Mike. Bad beat.
I was just trying to simplify it.
Yeah, thanks.
That's what I get for being a good guy.
Thanks. Mike, say thanks.
Yeah.
No good deed goes unpunished.
And he lost the pot. Wow. You should go on tilt.
Should have done club
You
diamond.
should cry on stream, like Stefan.
I'm pretty tilted.
Have you played with him
A
before?
lot. I used to play him heads up like every day.
Every day? Who?
For like a couple years, yeah. He used to play rat hole a lot. His screen name is Olin.
Lion, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow. So
A lot with him on.
Adam OG is talking about Stefan, online legend.
Isn't that when he
I
was like...
didn't realize who they were talking about with his video earlier, but yeah, he's saying he battled him all the time at the ACR rat hole, playing heads up. So
You guys were playing with 20
it's pretty intense.
I think it was only 100 rat hole back then.
Oh,
When I was
rat
playing,
hole. Okay.
I played him
What's the highest you've run it up?
on 100 rat hole,
Oh, God.
like 70K. Not much.
Pretty sick.
70.
So yeah, the no rat hole games on ACR are 10 big blind buy-in. So at 50-100, you'd be buying in for 1,000. And Adam OG is saying at one point he had a $70,000 stack playing that game. Not too shabby.
Wow.
Definitely, I remember like I played those games a little bit and like used to like certainly like observe the stacks. Like I mean the way it worked is if you came back anytime like within 7 days, you just come back with the stack you had.
Right.
Adam with a flush, second nut flush. Pretty rough board for Magoo. Would imagine he will just let this go. Yeah.
250. Sorry.
Just hold like.
250, 84.
And Adam OG shows the flush after Smirk no-showing quite a few times so far.
Sure. And as we know, the game state changes like 3 hours in, 10 hours
I
in,
played a hand with him like maybe
20 hours in.
3 years ago on GG.
Justin?
No, Steph. Borokoff.
We were playing heads up. And I got him pretty good. I forgot what he had.
Probably some dust.
Oh, he had like a merge, and I had the nuts.
Oh.
It was nice. Yeah. He like double check raised me on 9-8, 4, turn 6. And I had 10-7.
Must be nice.
I probably played it bad and got lucky. And
I'm sure
I got
you
bet
played
called
it
the
good.
flop, he check raised the flop, and then on the turn, I think I bet a third. When I had stones, and it was like maybe a backdoor flush on the turn.
And you stab small on the turn, and he hit you with a
He hit me with double check raise.
double check raise. Did you jam the turn like a shitbird, or you flatted it?
No, I called him on the
Okay,
river.
good.
He bet and I jammed, and then he called.
He called?
Yeah.
He called the shove.
Was there like ace-9? I forgot what the river was though. The river might have been like a jack or a queen.
4 raises.
Pretty
150. 6.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was like a king, like a card that didn't really connect with the board.
Yeah, Stefan's a wild guy and player. I've been making my way slowly through his blog on Russian forum.
Sergio does.
Some very interesting content on there.
He won it?
Yeah.
He won the
For like
10K?
1.9.
9? Oh my god, that guy's on fire.
Sergio Ido. Shout out to him.
Yeah,
He's on such fire.
gotta get Sergio back on here.
To be fair, he's been playing forever. Like he's due. I mean, his face has been in the tournament circuit forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you spend your years in the tournament circuit, I mean, it's just, you gotta bink that 1.9 sometime.
4 folds. 6 raises to 125. 7 folds.
You could definitely see Justin and T very young with the love for the game. Adam OG still has a love for the game. And Mike just,
Mike has love for the game too.
He definitely loves it.
Absolutely.
But he's like a very veteran
3
and
raises to 570.
testing
Yeah.
and learning always.
Mike Magoo goes for the 3-bet, takes it down. Yeah, I do wonder what he thinks about all these Adam OG stories. Like,
Which ones?
He was just talking about like playing Stefan heads up and stuff.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
You know. Yeah. I wonder what's going through Mike's head when all these stories are being told. T folding the ace-3 off on the button. I mean, a little tight.
Is that a different shuffler than the ones?
Perhaps spooked by the Adam OG, who's been doing some
for the
fun
RFI
stuff.
Yeah, I think, a lot of ace rag and king little suited against a tough opponent. You can quickly be minus EV with those hands if you don't play them well.
It's like you were saying earlier in the conversation about being minus EV playing UTG at six-handed. Yeah, you'd be minus EV from the button and playing ace-3.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely close, but I think in the any game you just gotta do it.
HF.
And Magoo is 9 holds. Let's see what line he takes.
75.
Betting the 9 for value, especially with the jack of diamonds.
Interesting combo for Adam to consider bluff raising. Both the 10 of diamonds and the sticks have some interactions. He's clearly thinking about it. Yeah, he's going to try it.
Raises to 500.
And here's the test, because this potentially is a spot that Magoo is waiting for to possibly induce a bluff raise, and now he's in the spot. So was he playing this the whole time, or?
I don't think he's trying to induce a bluff raise. I mean, I think he's more trying to get called by a weak pair. But
he knows Adam's capable of bluff raising,
indeed.
Especially with.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see Mike. Oh,
there you
no,
go. Well,
he finds the fold. But yeah, it is a combo that we could consider just the call with there. So yeah, Adam just getting these raises through repeatedly. No show. Yeah, so just looking at the pre-flop range I have for like 100 big blind with with any ace deuce off is like neutral. Ace 3 is like clearly wants to open, basically. But so yeah, I mean, yeah, it just could be like an exploitative, just like, just really feel like Adam OG is gonna play so tough in the big blind that we just don't want to deal with it type deal.
I do remember in certain eras, my ace deuce off on the button and jack 10 off on the cutoff was negative. So I must have been doing something wrong. Yeah.
In a cash game with like no annies, ace 3 off is not really raising the button in that. So I mean, and I know NOT was talking about playing online cash a bunch, so perhaps he's used to those, and that would make sense. Just not adjusting for the ante.
Jack 10 off on the cutoff ends up being, just look it up really quick.
I mean, it's going to be hugely profitable. I mean, it's winning with no ante, so.
Oh, okay. Then I must have been playing it poorly post flop.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like printing. It's actually making less than ace 3 off on the button, but so yeah, it's clearly in there.
So then, something was wrong with my post flop play.
Impossible. He has some squeezing chips. And curious what Magoo's going to do here. This is definitely a spot where we can continue. It's not as great against the squeeze, though. The squeeze range is going to be a little bit more just like high card heavy, a little stronger than just a regular 3-bet. But yeah, there are certain nodes where these small suited connectors really do want to continue. This is more of like a can or, can go either way one. Justin, I think, is probably just gonna fold. Yeah. Ace-8 suited's in just kind of a bad spot there after flatting small blind and getting squeezed. Which is, you know, one reason to consider just 3-betting it the first time. But again, I think it's an either play is fine spots.
Once again, apologies for the shorthanded. This
Take your
people
time.
canceled. Some emergencies. 2 people overslept.
Are they continuing to sleep or?
Well, they told me they overslept an hour or 2 ago.
They turned on the stream and watched a few hands, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm going back to bed."
At least one of them loves the game, so.
Call out to the other one. Magoo taking a stab here with the jack. Yeah, I mean, the Jack X and 9X are going to be our primary bluffs here, as well as some heart combos. T should have a pretty standard check call, and then we'll see what the turn brings. Turn 7. So yeah, on the 7, I mean, our 9s are going to be like a higher priority bluff since they have an open ender now. So the Jack X is, I think, still mixing some bluffs. Yeah, like a Jack no pair like Magoo has. I think does get to bluff sometimes still, but I would say probably majority check, especially with no heart. Seems likely it was to just go into showdown, I would say. T might even block. Yeah, Magoo with no heart in his hand. Yeah, just doesn't. Along the lines of when I was talking about success in bluffing earlier, I mean, this wouldn't be that credible of a story for Magoo to bet this spot, I think. I mean, you know, if he's totally balanced everywhere, he should have some value, but still, just perception-wise, it's kind of tough to have it.
So who's your favorite old school player?
Ooh, good question. Like someone
like
who
TV player.
Someone who's still playing today, or like someone who like I watched on like high stakes poker or something, and
Yeah,
like was
high
like,
stakes
oh
poker,
wow.
yeah.
Is anybody coming?
Favorite. I mean, obviously, I've always like admired Phil Ivey. I mean, just like such a crusher, and just like just his whole aura and everything. I was part of it, and the fact that he's still doing it today and also still competing at the highest levels is really impressive. I know just watching a Triton final table from this year where they made.
What about Bruce?
Otherwise, I mean, Gus Hansen was always a lot of fun to watch and play against. But just a really
I think they all do.
loose aggressive style that like was really successful. And yeah, I mean, I think Gus is a really smart guy, and just whatever he applies himself to is going to go well, or in general.
Are we allowed to play tomorrow?
Do you have anybody who stands out for that?
Well, I've always liked Antonio Esfandiar and Phil Locke. I'm played with them.
Come play me heads up on screen. Tell G-Man to come play me.
Is Phil Locke coming on the stream anytime soon? Or
Yeah.
Serious?
G-Man don't hate money like
play
that.
him.
I'm watching. You son of a guns.
Wait, is Adam saying he wants Garrett to come on and play heads up?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people want a piece of Garrett. And,
200 if you want.
Garrett's
I'll
got
play up to 200
a kid and another one coming.
like
I mean, you know how it is. It's,
Yeah. Would Garrett come out to play 200, 400 heads up?
I actually don't think he's that interested in heads up right now. He's more in the social.
That's fair.
At least
It would be
six-handed.
my revenge
Sure.
for him.
6
getting
to 8.
blacklisted from every freaking stream in America.
Fly to Texas and play DP.
Who?
Doug Polk. Go fly to
I
Texas.
asked him about that actually.
He played Prodigy on stream.
Do we know any of Adam's online screen names?
One measure.
Yeah.
I have records, and I know he probably
He
doesn't
played 2
care.
days and
Okay, well, yeah, you don't have to out him if it's not. I mean,
I generally, because the thing is, like, I have to default to like,
yeah, no, it's fine.
I don't know if
first
people
day,
want things
Doug
publicized.
lost,
Sure.
and then the second day, Doug won.
Doug
Yeah.
Polk was an interesting conversation because we literally talked for like 3 to 3.5 hours, and he's just like, "Yeah, I don't remember what I said say publicly because it's
Yeah. No, definitely default toward not
Yeah.
saying it in that
Yeah.
case. Absolutely. So yeah, checked. Adam went for the check back on the flop. Note that Justin flatted from the small blind, not the big. Makes the hand play a lot differently. Yeah, something that maybe some players aren't accounting for enough. Like if you're getting flatted by the small blind, again, assuming the small blind is a competent player, because in some cases it may not actually matter. But assuming the small blind is playing as a small blind should, the flatting range is going to be a lot tighter and more condensed than a big blind defend range. So that's going to make the hand play differently. Yeah, I mean, in this case, Queen 8 against either range is totally fine. Just checking to the river. I mean, could bet the flop sometimes.
Mistake.
Pair.
Let's see it.
Adam's going to be mad that he didn't go for the value there.
Is that a mistake?
Said it could be a mistake, and then checks against the hand that he could actually get value from.
It's a punt of a check back, brother.
Mistake.
Easy punt right
Mistake.
there.
$300. I mean, I'm bluffing so much at that point.
What a punt. What a punt check back.
Mistake. Mistake. Big mistake.
Adam's going to be living that one down years from now.
Bad check.
T goes for the limp from the small. Magoo.
I would have found the bet.
Quick check back with Queen 7 off.
All three streets.
You got no chance.
You got no chance.
And definitely a better flop for Magoo with the gutter and a diamond.
One hand, I'm gonna
Seems like a good candidate to stab.
If I go up like $400, I'm out. I was just kidding.
Goes for the full pot bet. Definitely an option.
400. Thanks for showing up.
I think T's just going to be out of there.
Just getting the fly out all the way from Asia.
So like, do you guys know who Jamie Chevelle is? He plays here all the time, like every day.
Oh, I think
The ball guy.
He runs the game, but like the more private game
the
here.
reddish guy.
Yeah.
So he's been playing here for like 15 years, maybe 20 probably at this point.
Damn.
And there was maybe like 8, 9 years ago, we were playing. We used to play overnight from like midnight to like 10 in the morning, and we'd still be playing sometimes.
What game? Just the same game?
Like 10, 20, 40 or whatever, 20, 40, 80, whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And one night we stayed overnight. It was like 5 of us, but we were all like so tired and ready to quit. And then Jamie came in fresh, and he like put his card down, and then he's like, "I'm gonna go get some chips. I'll be back." So we made a pat at the table. We were like,
I'll leave before he gets here.
no, we were like, if he loses one pot, we all quit. So he lost the first pot, or he like lost like a hand for like 2K, and then like we were like, as soon as he goes down, basically, we all have to quit. So as soon as he was down like 2K, we all like got up and quit. But like the 2 Rex decided that they wanted to stay and play, so it like kind of ruined it. But we were so ready to quit on them. It was so funny.
Should have seen his face when he sees everyone stand up.
I mean, it would have been great. I mean, he's coming in all fresh, trying to snipe us, you know.
Not on my watch.
It was just funny. He's a really good guy. He's funny.
Oh yeah. Fun talking to him.
He used to fuck me up all the time. So good. He can really fuck people up.
He can.
I've seen him fuck some people up. He's a gangster.
I agree. When I first played with him, I did not know he had that in him.
The first interview that G-Man ever done, like on Joey Ingram, he talks about like Jamie.
Oh, really?
He's like, these guys are on a set schedule. Like, I can't do what these guys do. And he's like, they'll lose one hand, they'll take a lap. Like, do you know Owen Crow?
Who?
Owen Crow?
No.
He used to like, if he lost a big pot, he would like get up and like walk around the casino. He'll take a lap. He wouldn't give a fuck.
I'm pretty sure Jamie and Garrett are buddies.
I'm sure they're friendly. I wouldn't say they're buddies or like,
They're not like.
Jamie's like nice to everyone.
They're not getting dinner on the weekend
Jamie's
together.
nice to me. He shows you a lot.
It's hard to do.
I know.
That says enough. Oh, he's nice to Adam? Oh, yeah.
That's tough.
Oh, yeah. Give him the peace prize.
To the west.
The Nobel Peace Prize. He's nice to Adam.
Raises to 125. 4 folds.
Is there any way you can, like, put me on the board for the live game out there?
I can't, but
Someone can?
maybe.
Magoo's 8 holds. Is Magoo thinking of thin value? He is.
8 bet 625.
And he knows it can be like backdoor diamonds, 9 barreling, 9 with no showdown. Like usually a 9 would have a pair or flop a straight in this spot. The only 9 probably like, I guess there's like ace 9, king 9, queen 9. Good fold by T.
Adam, you can take your hand.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there's a 2040 out there with no list.
There's a pretty fat, I don't know. When I checked, there was like an 8-man list. So they might start up.
I just looked at it. It says 0.
Oh, the 2040?
Maybe or 2040 no limit 0.
1020?
No.
Oh, if it's 2040, it's Jamie's. If it's 1020, it's public.
What?
6 raises to 125.
Let's see.
Raises to 5.
1020, 1 game, 4 people. 2040, 1 game, 0 people.
Oh, yeah. The Jamie's game had seized open, I think. And yeah, the public, there was like a longer list, but I guess it's now only 4. Nice.
You taking your blind?
Sir, you want
I'm in.
He said he's in, yeah.
Yeah.
Couple of 50s.
6 votes. C7 raises to 125. C8 folds.
Pocket kings on the button for T. Should get some action from Adam here. 7-6 in the big. Interesting flop for these two holdings. Adam with a gutter. T, definitely a spot where you could do either. I think the really big overpairs like to go for some checks, and he does that this time. And the card he did not really want to see. Well, in this case it's fine, but in general, ace of spades. Does Adam want to come with some leads here? Interesting idea for sure. Like for the 2x pot could make a lot of sense here, because even if T has ace x, would already be in an uncomfortable spot. Seems to be considering it, at least. Feels like a bet is coming. Oh yeah. Goes for even more.
4 bets 800.
800 into 325, so about a B250. And king's quickly in the muck. Wow. Wow.
Let me fold my 4.
Adam. I had ace 4.
He'd say it is 4.
You got him to burn.
I did.
I'm pretty surprised T just like snap folded there. Like, I mean, I think I've harped on this a few times over
I tried to push you around earlier.
in recent times, but I think, anytime you have a real decision in the poker table, I think it's good to take some time, not just snap through anything.
Fold.
You rivered a boat?
Also, you could argue that kings is a better turn call than ace x there,
No, I did not have a bluff.
because when he does make river the king, it's concealed.
I shouldn't have bet the river.
I don't think Adam ever just has ace-x alone betting the turn, so it's, yeah, I mean, the hands should have the same value.
Yeah. But I don't think I
So
should.
yeah, again, I like the line and the sizing by Adam. Definitely lot to be learned from Adam on bet sizing, as we've seen today.
Going crazy at the jack.
But yeah, I mean, I don't think T should just be, if T is snap folding kings there, he's just like folding his whole range. Or I mean, like maybe he's prioritizing ace-x, but like I don't really see any good reason for that.
Why wasn't my cum card?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
No Diddy.
Yeah, no Diddy.
no Diddy. That's the theme of today's stream. No Diddy.
That sounds terrible.
Definitely not as many people here as a Diddy party.
That should be a new. That should be a new like poker slang.
Justin takes it down.
That was my cum card.
Like the turn offsuit deuce for the imposition better. That's my cum card.
I mean, when you have 10 of clubs, king of spades on 9-7-3, 2 spades.
It's go time, baby.
A jack is a cum card.
It's go time.
How is a jack? How are you not jerking off to a jack?
You are.
How are you not coming all over the jack?
It's for sure the cum card.
125.
Double gutter.
6 raises to 125.
Justin 2/8 on the button.
Spades, I'm just, oh my god.
T goes for just call out of the small blind here. Interesting approach. I would say somewhat unconventional.
What?
No donkski.
You gonna lead?
No donkski.
Oh, you gonna get? I'm gonna bluff you on the river, out by the river. I'm gonna raise and then shove the river. Come get some. Might call. I don't know.
Magoo joining the party.
7-6, 8 check.
There's your jack.
Top pair, top kicker for T.
Like jack.
Ooh, but Justin jewels the straight on the turn.
You just went on the fun.
7-6.
It's going to be tough for either opponent to continue, I think. I mean,
Everyone in the hand.
well, you know, T does still have top pair, top kicker. Three-way pot. I mean, just one pair with no improvement possibilities. Like, if he had obviously queen jack or even king jack, I think it would be much closer. Ace jack. Yeah, I mean, we can't improve. It seems pretty rough to continue. He does. Justin did go pretty small on the turn here, about third pot. T, not ready to fold yet. 7 on the river. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, I mean, ace jack is still beating quite a few hands on the turn here. It's not like he can't. Yeah, I mean, he's still winning enough to at least consider continuing. River, yeah, I mean, obviously Justin's going to be betting again. See what sizing he goes for.
10 seconds. Six bets, 525.
Goes for about a 70% bet. And yeah, if you're T, trying to think about what Justin could be bluffing with here, perhaps like ace queen, perhaps, you know, some kind of like queen 5 of hearts. Or even like just a king X, maybe. Seems a little ambitious, but deep in the tank.
Had T 3-bet pre, you know, being results oriented, he would have lost more.
Was thinking about that, yes.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Still do prefer 3-bet pre-flop small blind versus button.
I think this is one of T's alternate plays to, you know, out tactic.
Yeah, it could be. Guess it's nice to be able to have ace jack in this line, but on certain boards anyway.
looks like he's probably gonna do the right thing. Oh, maybe not.
Head scratching is coming out.
These are the hands. You make the right decision, you feel good. You make the wrong one, it hurts.
Yes.
And he made the right one. He's gonna.
Yeah, he'll feel good when he sees that.
It's a long thing.
Well, he had something.
Yeah, that was a very long tank for not that big of a pot, but I can empathize with that. Like, there are definitely some situations where I just like really, I'm trying to like think through, you know, what value hands my opponent has, what bluffs, what are the odds I'm getting.
I haven't bluffed.
Yeah, obviously it's nice to be able to do this in like a short time frame, but sometimes there's just a lot of conflicting thoughts going through the mind. All right, chip counts. Yeah, still pretty stable, and everybody in the same range. T with the VPIP lead so far, followed by Magoo. And Magoo, and then Adam, biggest winners. Justin stuck the most. Again, pretty modest. We haven't seen any all-in confrontations yet, but certainly some interesting lines. Adam has been a lot of fun to watch for me. It's my first experience with him. Yeah, just lots of creative lines, bet sizing, river raises, just stuff that you don't really see a whole lot of. He's gotten quite a few river bluff raises through.
Well, I learned a lot this stream.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been learning
literally from everybody. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say Adam just really stands out to me, just in terms. I mean, these guys are all great players, not knocking anyone, but yeah, Adam just you know, just a lot of creativity in there. Just lines you don't see so much, like this hand where he had the 7-6 and just B250 the turn.
Six spade heart diamond. What's the order?
Well, how am I supposed to know you have exactly what you have?
And interesting spot right here. Just blind versus blind. Limp check. Check. 2/3 pot call.
What was the order?
Does Adam want to continue on the turn? I think very interesting. He's got the cards, you know, in proximity of the board. Usually those kind of hands do like to be aggressive here. He's gotten away with a lot of overbets so far, which very little resistance. Could be a thought here as well. And Magoo has a hand that is probably just out if he does much of anything, I would think. Yeah, from what I've seen so far, when Adam takes this much time, is usually firing something. Probably just thinking about sizing. Oh, he did go for, wait. Is
the action on me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he didn't know the action was on him. That's another reason to check. All right, he does give this one up.
For once.
Really thought he was deep in the tank and to go thinking B200 versus 250, but in fact he just didn't know the action was on him.
C4.
As it goes in live poker sometimes.
So definitely variance-wise, like on party poker back in the day and limit, I was actually down with kings for a while. So obviously running bad, you can't play kings so bad that it's like negative.
Did you stop playing kings for a while?
Yeah, I definitely stopped. Bad luck. No, I'm sure eventually it went positive, but there was like some 20,000 hand stretch where it was like negative.
Yeah, I mean, also certainly if you're playing in the kind of games where it's like, you know, 4-way flops and that kind of thing, and like it's just gonna happen.
Oh yeah, that's what happened back in the day.
Yeah, I'm sure you know some of the limit hold'em games you play here. Sometimes I'm sure you get plenty of that.
Yeah, and that goes by
And I wanted to tip too, but I didn't have no king.
something.
People laughing. I was like, I'm just gonna save them for whenever Justin loses the pot, I'll tip.
You know, you and I play a lot of the games, and
On my downfall.
one of the reasons I haven't really tested like no limit hold'em grinding skill is because if the no limit hold'em games gets bad, you might as well just play limit.
Check.
So, you know, if you're a no limit hold'em specialist, you might want to consider like learning a different game, and you know, when there's low action, even if you are the best player, like your hourly is probably better in a limit game or PLO, you know.
Just want to pause that for a sec. So we got both players have a draw here. T open-ended with a backdoor flush draw. Justin with just an 8 high front door, and T bets full pot on the flop here. So not a thrilling spot for Justin already, but he is going to proceed. And now it is a more fun spot for Justin. He gets there. He has the check mark even. And interesting decision for T whether to barrel here. I would think he'd be somewhat disinclined to. I think the 10 and 9 of clubs are like the kind of cards we want our opponents to have when we're two-barreling the turn. And also, I mean, after betting full pot on the flop, like Justin's range is going to be narrowed significantly. Probably even some like 6x just folds right away. So, yeah, I think it's a good check up on the turn. River, interesting. Yeah, Justin goes. Nice tricky check by Justin. I like this at least sometimes. And T has done the bet check bet at least once today. So yeah, Justin's kind of trying to rep that he just has like a jack or a 6 that's trying to get the showdown, and hoping that T either A, like value bets a queen that he checked behind on the turn, or B, bluffs. And yeah, I think he might very well induce here. No, it does not.
A flush.
Misclick.
Quad.
No good.
Good check back by T there. I actually thought he was going to bluff the river with his hand.
Oh, queen jack.
Yeah.
What's up, queen jack?
Yeah.
But yeah, I really do like that,
No,
at least at some frequency, that turn, river check by Justin with the flush.
Next to my name on the
I think it's important to have those, and I think a lot of players
to my name.
are just, you know, when they check the river there, are just too capped.
Thank you. Even when I win, he tips you. This is a good deal for us.
You didn't win less, though. You had a good hand.
Did have a good hand.
I don't get a tip for the check back.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you should have got the tip, but. You know.
I check back 10 high, bro.
Oh, wow.
You done high?
I check back 10 high, Adam. I deserve a fat tip for that.
Yeah, I mean, T's saying when you check back 10 high, is that being a big check? Like, yeah, I mean, usually those are the hands that are kind of like auto bluffs in theory when we get to the river in that way.
10 high.
So it is a lot of discipline to find the check there. I'll agree. To your point about limit poker, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess it just depends where you're at and what the games available are, what's best for you. Yeah, I mean, it certainly can be good to just, you know, be proficient and learn various forms of poker. So if the right game arises, you're able to get in there.
Of course, easier said than done.
I mean, it's only limit hold'em. How hard can it be?
I actually don't know how to comment on that because I've heard such a wide range.
In all
of
seriousness,
opinions.
like I think I like kind of used to joke about that way more, but like I have come to get some more level of appreciation for like, you know, some subtle skill stuff that many miss.
It's not a debate that no limit hold'em's harder, but I actually see a lot of punting from no limit players playing limit versus the other way around.
Well, that's a good question. What are some of the biggest punts that no limit players make in limit hold'em?
Open limp, cold calling, not defending the big blind enough.
No limit hold'em players are just open limping and limit hold'em. What?
Yeah,
Dust.
I've seen like it's.
Dust.
I can't tell you not to set back 10 high.
Yeah.
These are like good no limit hold'em players.
Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I'm firing shots at some people accidentally. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't play nearly as much limit hold'em as you, but I mean, I think just one common thing for me that I know is like, yeah, always supposed to just be aggressive, ISOing. I mean, certainly I see just like a lot too much like cold calling of raises that isn't the best strategy, at least.
Part of the thing is you could overthink hands in limit hold'em too, and if you don't adjust to your opponent, you're actually not winning as much / losing by you know, river play, checkbacks, betting, calling.
Yeah,
adds up.
I mean, I think that's definitely one interesting thing in practice and limit hold'em is like, you know, in theory you're getting such good pot odds that you don't, like, just don't really fold a whole lot.
Yeah.
Like you usually get just take pairs to showdown and such, but you know, against actual players who just aren't bluffing enough, I mean, it can change a lot. Justin, kind of an interesting decision here after defending his big blind. Just gonna go for a call. Seems like the most common, I would say. T once again with 10 high, the 10-9, right after the last one. Does he have the willpower to check back again if Justin checks?
We shall see.
Yeah, the spots are awkward because, like, yeah, we're like very low in our range, but like also we're not repping all that much, so it's kind of feels scary to just like bluff these, and again, it certainly would be easy to over bluff. That said, I mean, 10-9 with no spade, especially on this run out, I think is kind of nice. Like, I think it's nice to like unblock something like a king 9 with a 9 of spades or that kind of thing.
Or king 8 with the 8 of spades. There you go.
Indeed.
T.
Yeah. I hope he tables that 10 high proudly. Nope. Just breaks it in. Make him watch later.
And Justin being out of position is an uphill battle against T this entire night. And to the people I coach, this is what I mean about being out of position. It's like, you know, Justin and T both very, very good players. But, man, when you're out of position, is such an uphill battle.
It does make things a lot tougher. Yeah, I mean, certainly just out of position, we realize equity much worse than we do in position. I think I mentioned recently, but there was a Justin Bonomo video on Run It Once that I watched recently where he basically ran some kind of dummy PO sims where he scripted just the same exact range in position versus out of position.
Yeah,
and the in position was winning like I think like 4/7 of the pot or something like that.
Damn.
So yeah, right. I mean, part of it too is just like the button range is going to be stronger than the big blind range as well, so that compounds it in practice. But yeah, position in itself is just like a large edge. Acting last means a lot. We can take free cards whenever we want. We can deny our opponents free cards whenever we want.
The layman's term I use is, you know, when you're in position and you're the aggressor, you get to see 7 cards and potentially out of position you see 5. If you fold to a C-bet on the flop.
I feel you. Adam with a mystery hand here. Going to be interesting if he bets the turn. T somehow is 10-9 again. So third time in a row.
I mean, he's played the hand expertly.
1 for 2 so far. Yeah, right. Lost the min with the other one.
Yeah, so played expertly.
Yes. Winning the maximum, or, you know, at least realizing the maximum. Ooh, Adam. What do we got here? Yeah, goes for P150. Yeah, T, I mean, I think we can actually consider jamming as T here. It's like that kind of hand that just has, like, you know, rivers are going to be tough to play. We're, like, blocking the strong value hands pretty well. We deny some equity. Yeah, I think jam's actually a pretty real thing here. I'm going to try to run this one on the side here. He goes for a call, and I think that's totally reasonable too, but... That's not a card you want to see if you're T. Yeah, I mean, if Adam stuffs it here, I think he can't really call. Quick check back. What does Adam got here?
Looks like he has winner if he flipped it like that.
Yeah.
Or at minimum a chop.
Yeah, king of diamonds, 9 of clubs.
King of diamonds, 9 of clubs, I think I heard.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so that, both turn top pair. Yeah, Adam, I would say winning the max. Yeah, I mean T. I mean, I might have lost more than him. Gonna cook this one in the GTO Wizard quickly to see, but
yes. Computer, tell me what should have been done.
Adding on 1,000.
Alright, C7 adding on 1,000. And that is 125.4, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 calls.
Ace 5 versus Ace Jack here. Magoo defending the big blind just with the call this time.
Don't think Magoo's going to fold. It's a matter of
Definitely not.
what he wants to do with his hands.
Seems like a call to me. Ooh, he goes for ace. Well, that should probably do it, I would imagine. Yeah. All right, so yeah, I mean, from what I'm seeing, the overbet isn't really used on the 8-6 deuce 9.
Okay.
Seems, I think it's more, yeah, just too connected of a texture. But let's see if we do. Yeah, B83 is kind of like the biggest sizing that in position's really using. And 10-9 is playing quite a bit of raises actually against it. But yeah, again, it's just going to be different than the stacks and everything. But yeah, 10-9 is kind of like, yeah, 10-9 with a spade is like almost pure raising the turn. Without a spade, it's more leaning call, but still raising some.
Or fold.
So yeah, I mean, I checked like a few sizing schemes, and yeah, 10-9 is pretty much mixing calls, raises, even jams in this line where it goes B100 flop, call, check, 83% on the turn, and is playing some jam turn for like raise 150 with a little bit with 10-9. More with the 9 of spades though. Without the spade, it's much less raising and much less jamming.
That is 125 from 8. Four call, 6 fold. 7 call.
Through a pot here. And really the best flop for Adam. Wow, I'm kind of surprised Magoo's betting here. It's a pretty rough combo to see bet three-way here. Adam can either call or raise here. Definitely not going to be folding. On the turn, complete rainbow board. Yeah, I mean, looking at this spot with ace-9, it just feels really tough to keep doing anything. Especially against Adam, who even if you bet and he doesn't have a great hand, he might not fold anyway. I think Adam's going to be betting here. The question is size. I think pretty much anything seems reasonable here. Could go small, could go really big, could go medium. Yeah, he's going over bet again. Definitely his style.
That is 875.
Just playing a lot of over bets. And yeah, of course against ace-9, it's going to get through. Yeah, it's been working out very well for him today. I mean, just results-wise, I mean,
Sure.
he's gotten a lot of them through when he hasn't had it. All of them, really. But yeah, it does seem like that's his style, is just to play a lot of those overbets, which is interesting. Like, I mean, like, I think he's definitely doing it like more than like a solver would. Some in spots where it would, some in spots where it wouldn't. But I think a lot of it is just based on how he thinks players are going to play against it. And I think that's really interesting.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I think players today are going to have a harder time, running it up. And even harder time when they find out that there's limited options when you want to transfer out of poker, or, still have poker, but not rely on it so much.
Yeah, indeed. It is. Yeah, that can be a tricky thing for poker players in general, the kind of feeling stuck. Like if you, decide you don't really want to do it anymore and deciding, what are your options.
Yeah.
Can be tricky for sure.
Well, I don't think anyone fully quits. It's more just like...
for the most part, no. Yeah. It's very, very rare. I mean, certainly some people who quit to the point where they only play once occasionally, I would say.
Oh, sorry, Garrett.
Wrong suits.
What?
Really trying to get Garrett in here to play heads up, huh?
This one.
I mean, I think a lot of people...
I'm going to go all in at some point once.
But how many of those people would be as fun to watch as Adam in a heads up match?
That's fair.
Obviously not.
Yeah, I know. I would personally tune in just to watch Adam play heads up against whether it's Garrett or just any kind of skilled Doug Polk.
Yeah.
I don't know, you name it.
Well, that's the thing is it's part of Doug Polk's brand now. So
yeah,
everyone's got different motivations and goals.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool that Doug has had a few people fly down to Lodge to battle him heads up on the stream.
Yeah.
I know she did it.
Ooh.
That is a beautiful flop for Magoo.
And he's still behind.
He is behind in equity, but I mean, I think there's a lot of barrel off potential here.
Yep. Remember that?
Turns the 3 of hearts. I think he's going to win the pot usually. Yeah, he goes full pot.
Did you guys ever hear this Nick Bertucci and Commerce Casino story?
How he got banned?
Something like that.
Tell it. I haven't heard it. Tell it.
I just heard he got banned, but to me it sounded like he didn't really.
Wow, Justin just folds the flop immediately to full pot.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah,
That's surprising.
Apparently they just said he was recruiting players, but he wasn't, or something.
Yeah. So a common thing in LA is, it's not personal, but hosts are banned from the other LA places because of recruiting players.
A year ago, maybe?
Etiquette thing.
I remember when he came in, I played with him the 2 times that he came, or I played with him once at least. And then
Yeah, I have never.
he didn't get kicked out that day. He said Jose came up to him. And was he said Jose was being a dick to him or something. But.
I doubt that. More just he was instructed by, commerce management to handle certain situations.
Let's just bring Nick Bertucci back and put him on the show. I heard fans hate him anyway.
I fuck with. Oh, do they?
Well, that's what Ryan said in an interview. He's like, Nick probably gets the most hate. People in the chat.
Just looked at the Queen Jack 7 and 2 spades.
Nick's a nice guy.
Facing full pot on the flop. Ace 10 with no spade here is winning 3/4 of a big blind by calling.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a pretty, according to the solver, a pretty big error on the flop actually. Interesting spot here. Wow, 3-bet pot, 2 overcards and a flush draw versus a weak overpair.
Wow, potential.
Seven's arguably the worst overpair to have here, or sorry, the worst pocket pair to have here anyway, as 5s and 4s have a gutter. So yeah, will be interesting. Certainly some interesting runouts. I would think. Yeah, Justin, it looks like bet half pot, and I think Magoo will probably start with a call here. Indeed. So turn, some interesting turn possibilities here. Starts to get challenging with 7s facing bets. The aces, interesting. Yeah, I think probably better represented in Justin's range still, although a lot of ace-x will go for a lot of checks on the flop, most likely on this board. That said, Magoo shouldn't really have too much ace-x. I mean, certainly clubs, or maybe even like ace-queen with a club or something. Ace-5, ace-4.
825.
Goes for about third pot. Yeah, this is pretty ugly. I think it's probably going to be enough to do it, I think, against 7s, but the price is compelling. Getting 4-1. But yeah, I mean, 7s is just not doing pretty low in range, given that run out. So Justin takes it down on the come.
You know, perception is always.
Justin did.
Your boy JB.
Fuck. I won one.
Perception's so interesting. Like, you know, well, I'm sure you know when stakes get higher, people start calling so and so's a fish, so and so's a fish. And
$2 off my stack.
sometimes stats can be surprising.
That would be great.
Also trying to market oneself as a fish.
Yeah.
Here, anyways.
Justin would have probably
I know
said
you're
fuck
going
no.
It was going to you no matter what. I just wanted to save it for jokes.
Yeah, I'm on.
Wow, look at this child leaving his greens.
Heads up here. Magoo defending the king-queen off in the big. And both players whiff. I think Justin is going to want to bet this hand class some at least. At pretty just very low range and low equity checking back. And I think once it goes check-check, Magoo has a nice candidate to bet here. Goes for the check this time. Fair, but quick check back from Justin. Let's see if Magoo takes a shot at it. I mean, after check turn, I mean, now he can rep even just some thin value, but no, he just elects to check.
King high.
He's not going to be happy to lose to that hand.
King high.
Love to hear king high.
I think Adam's going to be tilted that Justin won the pot with that hand, too.
I've given up. All those.
So one of the other things on the podcast I did was say that there's no poker achievement, and I didn't explicitly say in the podcast, but there's no poker achievements that really prove competency. I think the best one is a graph in a certain environment, but that environment can change. You know, usually the influx of money going down, and then all of a sudden you don't have that graph.
I mean, one other one that comes to mind too is just like holding lobbies online. Like if you're, you know, if you're sitting at 25-50 no limit and like nobody's taking your table or wants to play you, then that's a sign that you've achieved something, I think.
Yeah, but that's also, again, you know, Doug Polk famously talks about his dominance in his prime. But again, it's hard to document that stuff. Like in the World Series of Poker main event, even a lot of the best players don't even play because they're off playing cash.
I mean, the main event, I don't think there's too many of the best players who like sit that one out. But I mean, a few. It's people who don't really hate tournaments, I guess.
You probably know better than me. I've heard of some people that just like.
I think for many tournaments this is true, but for the main event, I don't think it's as true.
Fair enough.
But I could be off. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I do think there's some people who just like don't want to sign up for like the 10-day like potential grind and just like out for that reason. But
well, I mean, I was one of them, but I'm not in contention.
yeah, I think for specifically the main event, there aren't many players who just like sit out because of like the extra value in cash. Like I do think there's a lot of that for other tournaments.
Fair.
Certainly in my experience, like playing the Bobby's Room mixed stuff, like yeah, I definitely got those vibes. Like some people would be like, oh yeah, I'm going to play like the 10K stud or whatever, and others be like, oh yeah, what? No, my hourly's higher here, so whatever. But,
playing a little passively. We are running really good today.
I'm sure. I just have the nuts every hand. Especially against you.
Check.
Just the nuts.
Adam's gotten away with a lot.
Straight flush draw against you. Straight flush. Quads. 2 pair. Remember the 2 pair, Queen 8?
I remember. Rivered it too.
Adam, good memory. Back to the one time he actually had it.
I was done with it until the river came.
Check.
Check to the river. Justin contemplating. Definitely seems like a good candidate to potentially go for it.
That's 375.
The chip drop, how you handle that is, you know, expert or rookie move.
Yeah. Can definitely, right. Can convey some info potentially. Yeah, I like Justin's bluff here. I mean, targets definitely hands like these 7s. Gets it through. Nicely done. Also just ace high.
There's the smile.
I mean, it really is one of the best feelings in poker where like you run a bluff on the river, they're tanking. You know, internally fold.
Quads.
Good. I folded aces.
I had aces.
I don't know if Trico Blast is telling the truth, but he said he laid down trip 10s to me on global.
Yeah, I
and he's
put
just
you
like,
on exactly aces.
know where you're bluffing, and I screenshotted and
I
sent
think we
it.
were in the same hand, so.
But I don't know. I mean, it's verbal, so you know.
Adam with ace king. Let's see if T wants to give action. It is a 3x open. I mean, seems somewhat close with king 7 here against a 3x. But probably still a defend, I believe. Yeah, I mean, I think king 7 is just too good.
Well, I thought you were
he disagrees.
No.
Again, I think it is. I think they are kind of just afraid of playing without him.
Call or fold.
Well,
I was like, I'm calling.
I mean, I don't know if afraid's the word, but definitely like making some tight folds that they otherwise would not.
sure, and that's again what I tell
Like at the margins.
the younger kids I coach. It's like, you know, people don't want to give you action. They don't give you action, and that affects your ability to.
I heard it was to see who's the king
Have
of
one
LA.
right.
Yeah,
I remember I said,
Yeah.
I'm bringing all of
you're
them.
bringing all the fucking, all the tricks.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure for a 3x open, but it seems like a very tight fold with king 7 there.
With Ike Caxton.
Uh-huh.
Within like first 2 orbits, he has like 3 different pre-flop RFI sizings. So I'm just like,
Really? I've never
Here we
seen
go.
Ike do that, actually. I feel like Ike keeps it very simple. But
You
nah. First
Play with
he
Ike?
had like, first he
Ooh,
was
it's
up,
been a
like,
while. I mean, he's a guy I
2.2,
definitely
so
did
like,
play with
okay,
quite a bit in my
okay.
early online days, like playing like cash games. Like,
Checked, right?
recall playing a bunch of like 25, 50, 50, 100, 6 max stuff. You know,
Just
always
me making it,
very,
like,
very good.
3x. Open limping from like the hijack and stuff.
I know he was a limit hold'em player at first as well.
Yeah. It's like, oh
I mean,
god.
well, you can
This guy-
win.
this
he
guy's
probably
got-
went
Yeah,
2.2
check on the
when
flop
he
here
was
with
in early
middle pair against
position,
flush
and
draw.
then he
Ooh,
was 3x
Magoo
when he
smashes
was in
it.
position.
No.
And he probably limped when there was like some 20 or 15 big blind stacks behind.
That would
I noticed T rechecks his cards quite often.
Would be
Just an
my-
observation.
Unless, did he open like 3x from early position?
I don't. No, it wasn't.
He probably like cut off her button when he did that. Would be my
Yeah.
guess.
It probably depended on
Guy's
who
never
the.
looked at a chart in his life.
No, I'm just guessing how. Ike would play.
Yeah, it's gonna be a call from T, and then
Which is like
on a brick river.
nothing wrong
Interesting
with it.
decision for him. That is indeed a brick river.
Goodness, pimping.
So let's see what size Magoo goes for here. I mean, again, it is kind of a polar note, I would say, for Magoo. Like, he doesn't have a whole lot of just, like, you know, ace-4 that he's trying to get a little bit of value from. So, yeah, I think a big bet is good.
And a bounty.
I mean, certainly as far as bluffs, like something like, you know, 10 of clubs, low card,
It makes sense. Like if
something
you're
of that nature.
in a mystery bounty tournament, and you have
Goes
like a
for,
nice stack,
looks like pot.
Yeah, you want
and
to
you're not in the bounty yet.
enter the pot.
A little bit over pot, actually. Yeah, like
I want to
this.
start limping, like, and like if it's like.
I think if there's a lot of short stacks at your table.
So, yeah, tough spot for T. Doesn't have any relevant blocker cards, really, except for, I guess, the Jack blocking Jack 10.
300 left and 200 get paid. Or like.
Oh, you're saying.
But yeah, the kind of spot where we just have to read our opponent and
Yeah, like you're in a
decide
mystery bounty.
how often they're value betting, how often they're bluffing.
Left 200 until the bounty
He
get in
calls.
play when there's like 200 left.
Yeah.
So you probably want.
I'm talking about when the bounties are in
Probably like a good time to start limping.
You would want to limp more.
Nice extraction from Magoo.
Do you ever limp in tournaments?
Yeah. See,
Limping
there you
is
go.
fun in tournaments.
Limps.
Yeah, sometimes it's better.
You know, I
Aces on the button.
don't really have a limp range, but that's because I'm just, you know, clicking buttons. But some of the guys, I
If you guys
asked.
go watch the Trident Cash game, they were limping and shit, actually.
Yeah,
in the
I
cash
mean,
game. It's pretty
I
sick.
asked
They're probably
the
playing stand up and shit.
No, they're
super
not.
pros.
Really?
Yeah, they're just.
Yeah, they do. They play Squid Game.
Yeah, they do, but they weren't yesterday. I was watching. Trust me.
At the Bellagio?
No, on the Trident.
Oh,
Bellagio.
I thought I heard Bellagio.
Yeah, people ask me if I have a limp range, and you know, I'm a little lazy. You know, I don't really have one.
Yeah, I mean, general tournaments, I don't in most cases.
Jeju.
Except for, I mean, overlimping sometimes if, like, you know, people at the front.
overlimping.
But, I mean, the other one is just in, like, PKOs. I think there are definitely spots where we want to be using limps.
No, it's just invitational. You know,
Well,
they
it
did
was a
recently,
PKO
like,
that,
invitational only
you
cash
know.
game.
I asked for advice from.
You're stuck with us.
Stuck with you guys.
Who's playing there?
Yeah, PKO is fun
yesterday's
format.
lineup was like
Underexplored, I would say.
Tan Schwan. Henrik Hecklin played yesterday.
Henry who?
Henrik Hecklin.
Oh, okay.
He kind of punted it, I thought. Looks played.
Check to the river. Yeah, both players with pretty medium strength hands on this board. Could see Adam going for potentially a block, but no, he's just going to check. And T has a decision. Again, rechecks his cards.
I guess I win. Ace and 9.
Adam's
do
going to
not.
be surprised that he does not win. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, I mean, just watching T, I mean, he definitely gives off like serious like online player vibes to me. Like a lot of just like really fast actions, rechecking the cards constantly.
I got my wishes.
Still a little bit blown away that he folded the kings so fast on the 4-4-3 ace. I mean, obviously we saw that in that instance he was wrong, but just in general, I just think if you're snap folding that, you're just folding so much. Like, gotta at least. Unless he like randomized before the decision, just like, I mean, maybe he did. I do that. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, maybe.
Andy Stacks.
they got their own Andy Stacks over there. He played this older gentleman. He's definitely VIP. They're all tough though. Like even Tan Schwan's like so tough. He just.
Yeah, they're talking about the Triton's
Like,
cash
yeah,
game,
you
and
can get
yeah, like you're alluding to,
out
like I mean, yeah, some of those recreational players who just you know have a bunch of money and a lot of are just you know aggressive and put you in tough spots. Like yeah, they may not be the most fundamentally sound, but
he could just be
very challenging to play against.
I'm drop some knowledge. Like those guys sense who's backed and who's in makeup. You know.
Yeah.
And that gives them.
I think it's a lot of the pleasure for a certain type of recreational, like playing high stakes, especially to just like inflict pain and suffering amongst the you know pro who's taking a shot.
Yeah, pro taking a shot. You know, a pro in makeup is
you
know not the toughest to play against.
That's fucked up.
What?
King flop. Oh. Would imagine Magoo just fires something out and takes it.
I'm just reading the letters on the thing.
Why can't it just be 3 kings?
Dealers, dude, it's not my fault. I didn't deal the cards.
that's where the intangibles in poker kind of come. Is like when somebody's buried like an amount that's beyond their comfort threshold. Everyone breaks. We're all human.
Yes.
It's a matter of whether you can play well enough to grind it back, and that's just not all about technical skill. It's game selection, how well you handle your opponents in a given section. Like, I'll probably speak for both of us in our primes. When we wanted to grind out, there was a certain will to do it, and once you achieve that, it feels good. Shows like you have resilience to get out of, a downswing.
I mean, I don't know about you, but my prime hasn't been hit yet.
Fair.
And yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's like there's some ebbs and flows throughout the years, but like I really do still love playing poker. Like, I mean, if I didn't, I think I would try harder to find something else that I wanted to do.
Fair enough.
But yeah, and just again, obviously, there's good and bad with like the technological revolution in the game, but like it definitely makes the studying process just so immersive, and there's just no shortage. Could never find enough hours to study all the spots I would want to study. Like, personally, I have just like a long to-do list of like spots that come up that I like, get to. When I try to get to them, and sometimes I just don't, and it's okay. But it's kind of an interesting spot here, actually. Yeah, T stabbed with King 4, the King of Clubs. Goo raised. I mean, a little tricky for T to continue, but the King of Clubs is such an interesting card, and he has multiple backdoor gutters. Yeah, this is like the kind of hand that if it was like defending the big blind spot, we'd be like check raise barreling a lot. But yeah, in this node where we just bet and get raised, it's kind of tough. So I think the fold is totally valid.
$125.
It's rated to 125. 7, 8, 4.
Oh my God. It's happening.
Ooh, Adam's excited. He's been verbally targeting Justin a little bit, and that's going to be a tough one for him to compete on, though. Not even the ace of diamonds on the. I mean, yeah, Justin has the ace of diamonds, but if it was ace 8-4 rainbow with the ace of diamonds, then maybe Adam could consider something. I think it would be a little much otherwise. Yeah, there's our board. Justin has bets. Yeah. As much as Adam would love to find some 2x turn, check raise flop, 2x turn pot, but prudently finds the fold.
4 pot. Okay. All right. Big one. Raise to 125. P6. Maybe on 4 fold. 6 fold.
Raise and take it for T. Have you won any more trophies on Global Poker recently?
No, I actually toned down quite a bit. I always played the midnight one, and then I've even stopped playing, the 110 that you've been immersed in. But the nice thing about that one is you could late register. I just don't have time.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, my schedule varies by the day, certainly with family and all, but yeah, I did finally break through second place in the 55 player 109 or 110.
Yeah, we're used to 109, but it's 110.
Yeah. Got to get you somewhere.
It's still 218 though, not 219 or 220.
Well, 215 is the standard though. So.
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah. No, they're getting us, but it's all good. Nice of you to let other people win sometimes, though.
I've been doing bad recently.
Sorry to hear. Adam goes for a small size here on King Jack 3 2-tone. T has a clear continue. I think call is definitely the default play. Jack, interesting, always when the middle card pairs, tends to give an advantage to out of position. So we could consider some leads. You know, King 10, not particularly a hand that like needs to do that, but still anything in our range can.
No 3-outer.
Nope. And seems like a spot where T's going to want to get some value. A lot of sizing options. I mean, there are plenty of missed draws. So could justify it sizing up some. Yeah, it looks like he goes for 400, about 2/3. And yeah, definitely a real decision for Adam here. Beat all the bluffs. Certainly no shortage of missed diamonds, 10-9, Queen-9, Queen-10. Some of those raise flop, but yeah.
All right, T got the veteran.
He gets paid. Nicely done. Adam will at least be happy that it didn't go to Justin.
So yeah, my first few months on Global was definitely more fun. Where people didn't know who I was, and I could pull out all the tricks from the old school times. And then, you know, once it became more known, people would either, you know, give me less action or have a better idea what to do against me. I really want to see other people's player notes on me.
Yeah, I've started, amidst my struggles on Global, I've started really getting more detailed with all the player notes across.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, part of it that's challenged me is like you don't have as much time to act as on a lot of other sites, so that's been challenging to adjust to for me. And then, yeah, like I have people like color tagged, and then I just don't have anything beyond that sometimes, so it doesn't really help that much in a given spot. So.
Yeah, at this point, I have no notes on people, and they're saying, "What's up, Wayne?" I'm just like, shh, snap. No good.
In
No
chat,
good.
too, brutal. Just tell the whole table, huh?
Yeah.
That's 250.
Kind of an interesting decision from Magoo, but yeah, call seems kind of natural. I think we take hands with a little bit less showdown than this as check raises. Ooh, he just drills it. Quickly checks. Not really sure. I mean, yeah, I think considering a lead is worthwhile. Not entirely sure how much leading we actually get on this card. I mean, it's not like we have that many hands that improve on it. But could even be a no lead spot. But I think it's, again, just like kind of like I was mentioning before, I think it's nice to just like take a little bit of time in these kind of spots to think about it.
Right.
And certainly I've been guilty, especially in, yeah, sometimes in that check call turn, like river card comes out spot, it's very easy to just like naturally just kind of check and not think too much about it.
Was the river 7?
Yeah.
I guess, you know, all the up-ended straight draws in this too. So.
Yeah, there's certainly like hands we would want to bluff there. Or even if we just have like a small pocket pair like on that card, I think turning it into a bluff on that card can be compelling. Got some hands here. Magoo's, yeah, he's going to be squeezing, and it's not going to look great for him, especially with another dead ace there. As Justin almost surely will be coming with the 4. see what Justin wants to go with.
$1,800.
1,800 announced. Pretty meaty sizing, I would say. A little over 2.5x. I think I personally like a little smaller. Maybe like 15, 16. Tricky spot for Magoo. I mean, remember, this is a four-handed game, so just because Justin is listed as under the gun, he has the cutoff.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, and Magoo has been very active 3-betting today as well. So, yeah, I mean, ace-queen does feel like kind of high up to be just folding here. Tricky spot. I mean, yeah, Justin made it pretty big as well. Just don't know how Magoo will interpret that. But, I mean, honestly, all three options seem like reasonable. I probably wouldn't shove personally, but I don't think it's unreasonable too. Especially if we have a, a read that we just think our opponent is lighter than usual.
5 or 4 or 3 or 2.
Great fold.
Yeah, good fold. I mean, yeah, I think fold is probably the leading option in that spot, but it's tough. Really does depend on a read. Yeah, I personally would just rather fight with like suited hands more, like even a pip or two lower, but suited. Because when we're against the value range with ace queen off, we're just so cooked. That's the problem. Like if we have ace jack or ace 10 suited, like it's just more hope against the real hands.
When I was jumping back into cash online, I was like, I don't even know how to value ace queen off in these shorthanded games. So I was asking a bunch of people who were more active, and they kind of gave me the thresholds. Because I was like three-handed, like
better than a pair.
stacked off like 100 big blinds with ace queen off. He's like, no. I'm like,
yeah.
Unfortunately.
No, you don't.
I've been dealt kings.
Don't want to do that.
Yeah. Back in the day,
No one
I think
knew.
it was a stack off.
Blind versus blind, it's like
Didn't get to,
okay, but not mandatory.
Did I? I don't remember. I don't think so. I don't think I've been doing 9-9. I had 8 to 1. It's very good.
Jack 10 off in the cutoff. Really pushing it here. Wayne would fold.
FML. I said it was negative. I didn't say I would fold. I was negative for a while.
Wayne would lose his money here. Yeah, Justin goes for just call from the small with 7-6 suited, reasonable. A lot of clubs fold. 9-2 of clubs folds. Magoo has a club, so yeah. If Justin does make a flush draw, it's not going to be the livest. Instead, he makes a pair, which is good. Magoo has 2 overcards to the 7 and a spade.
Probably 5-4.
But also, again, a hand that if he's against the queen, he's just pretty dead. So he does bet the flop. Imagine Justin will call. Although, really, Justin's hand class could play like a little bit of check raise on the flop here. I don't hate it. Just clean out equity from a hand like Magoo has, which has 33% here.
I used to check raise.
Yeah, no, that's a real play.
Would I go 8 or 1,000?
Ace on the turn. Yeah, this is a nice card for Magoo to continue firing. I think should be better represented in his range, and the gutter obviously comes in.
I feel like if I have 8, I want to go like 1,400. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe actually you go like.
Goes for a 3/4 pot. Seems reasonable.
Yeah, just 5-5-5.
Or ace 5, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much just repping like ace X plus here, I would say.
With
And I have to like
6-5.
not.
And that's good enough against the 7. Take it down, sir.
I believe you're in there, mixing it up.
Yeah, but like I don't have as many ace 5s, right?
Correct.
Like 1 or 2.
You don't have all
Maybe 1.
2.
2009. Those were the stats.
I have like half of it.
I was negative with ace deuce off on the button and jack 10 off on the cutoff.
Well, ace deuce off on the button is like an actual fold.
Well, I stopped playing it.
You learn the brute force way.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what other hands were surprising.
What about like king 6 suited from the low jack? Were you in there with that?
Not online. Live, yes.
Yeah, I don't think that was really in vogue until better like pre-flop solves came out.
Live, I was
that I knew anyway.
animal. I'm sure.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah,
most people can attest.
Playing, you know. Yeah, if you just feel like you have a massive post-love edge, which I'm sure you did.
Yeah. And nowadays, you know, I'm not too active, so I wouldn't exercise it too much. But like, yeah, in my lag days, when I was on top of things, including live reads, you know, just did really well in no limit. 7-card stud.
Man of many poker talents.
There was a hand with Barry Greenstone was at the table. He was not involved in the hand. Omaha 8 or better. 1 or 200. And
175.
I couldn't win either side, but if one guy folded, I win one side. So the flop went like bet raise, and I just like opted to 3-bet. And then when I came shown down, Barry like shook his head because he knows me. And he's just like, can't fold him. Can't fold him.
That's pretty funny. 2 pretty pre-flop hands here. Really ugly flop for Magoo. Adam's going to be, I think, okay with it, with the gutter to the nuts. And, yeah, I mean, if he does stab the flop, as I think he probably will, should win it. Yeah, that is funny, that dynamic, though. And, like, this, you know, someone else in the game, just like you wouldn't try it on him because, like, you know, he knows, but...
Another one was ace to 5 triple draw.
I was expecting way more than that.
On the second draw, some guy was Pat. On the second draw, I made a crappy 7, like 7, 6, 5, 3 ace, which was no good.
Yeah.
He bets the turn. There's a call on a raise, and call. Barry was at the table again on this one too.
Yeah.
And then the guy broke, and the guy drew 1.
Queen suited?
And I patted.
Now you check.
River, check. And then when he saw my hand, he's like, "What are you doing?" And Barry, and I was like, "Hey, thanks, Barry." He didn't say anything. And Barry said, "Why would I? You're one of the good guys."
That's funny.
That one was sweet.
75.
Magoo opening it up here.
70.
Should be able to get this through on the flop.
Damn, I would have won a nice spot. Probably 3-bet.
Yeah.
I mean, I call 4-bet. And then
Flop the nuts.
10 jack of spades.
Saying what could have been if Adam chose to 3-bet the jack 10 suited against ace 3 there.
All right, guys, it was shorthanded. A couple people canceled, and timing was bad, and somebody overslept, and he will be here tomorrow.
Is he going to get called out?
Yeah. Well, no, tomorrow maybe. I don't know. Whatever. I know he doesn't care. I'm just not going to say it. Brian Hastings, how do they reach you for coaching?
Yeah, I mean, I make training videos that run at once, or for private coaching on Octopi Poker. Check out my listing there. Yeah, the forum, coaching marketplace. Magoo, the biggest winner, 3,600. Adam put on a nice show. I really enjoyed watching him for the first time. Yeah, I mean, all 4 of these guys, and Daniel is what we played earlier, all great players. Fun to watch them battle. Really respect to these guys, too, for just coming out and battling. Because, man, a lot, you know, certainly plenty of poker players who are not into that so much.
Myself, nowadays. You're going to have to force me when we get shorthanded or heads up in a tournament. Well, even mid-tournament, you know, obviously have to face regs and people we know.
Yeah, it is nice. Again, one nice thing about tournaments is, yeah, just kind of get drawn your table, and you don't really have a choice in the matter. You don't get to quit or table change or any of that. So.
All right, guys, tune in tomorrow. Phil Locke's going to be commentating with me, and we'll see him on the felt as well. And Brian's going to be skipping next Wednesday, but hopefully he'll be here
Yes.
regularly on Wednesdays, and
Yeah, just taking a week off. My mom's coming in town, so yeah, just gonna spend some time, but I'll be back the following week.
there are more things important than poker. Not many, but I'm just kidding.
Just a few.
I mean, yeah, everyone just put on a really good show today.
Yes, lots of fun hands. Yeah, we didn't get to see that like big all-in pot, but like certainly a lot of interesting hands, a lot of things to learn.
Bally Poker. See you tomorrow.
Take care.